Chapter 1472. The battle in the Poison region was intense and could not be delayed. Lin Feng personally organized an army and led it to the Poison region. Under the Golden Crow sages' lead, the Great Sun Domain cultivators' morale was high. The Dragon Gate region cultivators, led by the Godly State clone, were retreating. The situation was not good for the Dragon Gate region cultivators. When Lin Feng led the army over, he found the Great Sun Domain's army attacking the Dragon Gate region cultivators. After all, the Great Sun Domain was an ancient domain that had been established for more than 1,000,000 years. They had the Golden Crow Sage as their leader. Therefore, the Great Sun Domain's cultivator army was almost invincible. Therefore, it was reasonable for the Dragon Gate region's cultivator army to be retreating. In the sky, there were more than 100 golden crows that looked like divine suns. As the golden crows flapped their wings, fireballs that blotted out the sky and covered the earth fell from the sky. Then, they smashed toward the Dragon Gate region's cultivator army. The power was so destructive that it made people's hair stand on end. Screams of agony could be heard. The Dragon Gate region's cultivator army had to defend against the Great Sun Domain's cultivator army, as well as the attacks of the Golden Crows. It was inevitable that they would lose sight of one thing and suffer heavy losses in the end. The Golden Crows were all experts of the Great Sun Domain's Kinwu people. The Kinwu people were divine beasts that were born from flames. The Kinwu people had the most powerful divine beast bloodline and mastered many unimaginably powerful divine abilities. Especially when more than 100 Kinwu people experts turned into golden crows together, the divine flames of the golden crow's origin were connected together as if they were about to become a nation of flames. The power of the golden crows supported each other. Therefore, the attacks they unleashed were far more powerful than the attacks they unleashed when they were fighting alone. The Dragon Gate region's cultivator army wanted to attack the golden crows in the sky. A dense barrage of arrows shot out. Those arrows did not even touch the golden crows' bodies. They were burned to ashes by the flames that surged out of the golden crows' bodies. Kinwu people's cultivators can turn into golden crows. This is an atavistic ability. Lin Feng looked at the golden crows that were showing off their divine power, and his expression slightly darkened. "Get the giant bows and arrows," Lin Feng said. Immediately, someone brought a giant bow. "Your Excellency, this bow is made from Zi Yao godly wood. It's made from the tendons of a black dragon. It's a treasure from Zi Yao City, but even though it's a godly bow, the arrows can't stop the fire of the golden crows, so it's difficult to injure them," said Lin Feng. The cultivator who presented the giant bow said, "This person's name was Shun Qingqing, and he was Shun Yingxin's uncle." Lin Feng replied, "Don't worry, I have a way to kill these golden crows." Lin Feng held the giant bow in one hand and simultaneously drew 9 magical arrows. The power of the dragon elephant enveloped these arrows. Immediately after, the power of the heavenly fire surrounded the Dracophant force. With the protection of the dragon elephant force, the heavenly fire would not be able to destroy the arrows in a short time. This short period of time was enough for the arrows to display their miraculous effects. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng drew his bow and shot an arrow. 9-star alignment. 9 arrows were shot out. An overwhelming number of fireballs fell from the sky. Some of the fireballs landed on the 9 arrows. These fireballs released powerful golden crow's flames, trying to devour and destroy the 9 arrows. However, the golden crow's flames were blocked by the heavenly fire surrounding the 9 arrows. The 9 arrows instantly arrived in front of the golden crows. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sound of something being torn apart could be heard. One arrow after another pierced through the heads of the golden crows. 9 golden crows' heads instantly exploded. Then, the golden crows' corpses fell to the ground. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Feng continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. A dense number of arrows shot towards the golden crows in the sky. Not good. The area lord of the Dragon Gate region. Lin Feng is here. One of the golden crows cried out in fear. That golden crow was actually formed from the golden crow art. When Lin Feng and the 3 clans and 5 sects of the Black Stone City went to look for the heavenly fire, they were attacked by Jin Wushu. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Lin Feng was now the area lord of the Dragon Gate region, and his strength had greatly improved. Jin Wushu's cultivation had also improved a lot, but he was not able to enter the immortal state. Everyone who did not enter the immortal state was like an ant. Jin Wushu's words caused a great panic among the Golden Crows. The strong cultivators of the Golden Crow clan had also heard of Lin Feng's ferocious name. Now that they heard that Lin Feng was here, these Qinwu people fled in panic. However, Lin Feng's arrows had already locked onto many golden crows. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Piercing sounds could be heard. The golden crows were shot to death one after another. Even the golden crows formed by Jin Wushu were shot to death. Their corpses fell to the ground. More than half of the golden crows were shot to death by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're courting death. A roar shook the sky as a scorching sun slowly rose into the sky. The golden crow sage appeared, and endless godly flames burned the sky. Lin Feng's arrows were instantly destroyed. Golden crow sage, prepare to die. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He directly soared into the sky, and the 9 demons painting flew out. At the same time, the 3 venomous puppets flew out and split into 3 different directions, surrounding the golden crow sage. Those are Mu Qianzong's poisonous puppets. You refined them too. The golden crow sage's eyes flashed with killing intent. That's right, golden crow sage. Today is the day you die. Lin Feng shouted and controlled the 9 demons painting to attack the golden crow sage. Kill them! At the same time, the immortal state clone led the Dragon Gate region's cultivators to attack the Great Sun region's cultivators. The morale of the Dragon Gate region's cultivators was greatly boosted. The Great Sun region's cultivator army and the Dragon Gate region's cultivator army clashed. Since the Dragon Gate region had a godly realm clone, they were invincible and led the Dragon Gate region's cultivator army to kill in all directions. The Great Sun region's cultivators were defeated. Lin Feng and the 3 poisonous puppets controlled the 9 demons painting to attack the Golden Crow Sage. The Golden Crow Sage was extremely terrifying because he was at level 3 of the Divine Fire Realm. His cultivation level was too high compared to Mo Zixi, who Lin Feng had killed. Jun Tiandi's cultivation level was 2 levels higher. Moreover, the Golden Crow Sage controlled the Fusang Divine Tree. It was a treasure made from a branch of the Fusang Divine Tree. It was about 1.5 meters long. With a light wave, it could release an endless amount of divine power. The battle was extremely tragic. The 2 sides fought for a day and a night. Lin Feng was almost killed by the Golden Crow Sage several times. However, with the Death God's armor and the strength of his immortal body, Lin Feng managed to survive. The Golden Crow Sage was also severely injured. He did not have Lin Feng's immortal body and could not quickly recover from his injuries. Therefore, the Golden Crow Sage's battle power was constantly decreasing. Lin Feng took out the purple lightning hammer and activated it. He wanted to kill the Golden Crow Sage. The Golden Crow Sage was almost killed by Lin Feng's purple lightning hammer. In the end, the Golden Crow Sage lost an arm. Then, he used a secret technique to escape back to the Great Sun region. Chapter 1473. The battle with the Golden Crow Sage allowed Lin Feng to have a general understanding of his own strength. Although Lin Feng's strength was already extraordinary, there was still a large gap between him and a divine fire realm expert. After all, Lin Feng was only at the 6th level of the rebirth realm. He was 2 realms away from the divine fire realm, which was 14 small realms. He was 2 realms away from the Golden Crow Sage, which was 17 small realms away. The reason why Lin Feng was able to fight with the Golden Crow Sage for so long was mainly because of his own magic treasure, the 3 poisonous puppets, and the immortal divine body. Every realm in the divine fire realm is like the difference between heaven and earth. It seems like this saying is true. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Golden Crow Sage was actually able to escape after activating the purple lightning hammer. It could be seen how strong the Golden Crow Sage was. The Golden Crow Sage was much stronger than Mo Zixi and Heavenly Emperor June. Now that the Golden Crow Sage had escaped, he would definitely be more cautious. It would be even more difficult to kill the Golden Crow Sage. It seems like I still need to continue increasing my strength. The stronger I am, the more tyrannical the power of the purple lightning hammer will be when I activate it. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The Golden Crow Sage's escape also meant that the Great Sun Domain's cultivator army was completely defeated. It was unstoppable. The Dragon Gate Domain's cultivator army not only occupied the 18 ancient cities that the Tianzhou Domain's cultivator army originally occupied. At the same time, they also occupied the 32 ancient cities that the Great Sun Domain's cultivators occupied. This way, the Dragon Gate Domain's cultivator army controlled 65 ancient cities of the Poison Domain. More than half of the Poison Domain's territory was occupied by the Dragon Gate Domain. Immediately after, all the empires under the 65 ancient cities began to build temples. And at this time, Lin Feng had already returned to the Black Rock City. 3 days later, news of victory came. Duzu and the 5 great clans of Tianzhou City worked together. With the 5 great clans of Tianzhou City breaking the restrictions of Tianzhou City, the Dragon Gate Domain's cultivators were able to break through Tianzhou City. And Heavenly Emperor Jun's family was destroyed. Heavenly Emperor Jun's family that had ruled Tianzhou City for millions of years became history. All the territories of Tianzhou region belonged to the Dragon Gate Domain. The 65 ancient cities of the Poison Domain also belonged to the Dragon Gate Domain. Now, the Dragon Gate region's strength could be said to have increased greatly with the expansion of the Dragon Gate region's territory and Lin Feng's prestige after killing 2 region lords and the Tower Master of the Divine Dark Tower. The Dragon Gate region's Dragon Gate region became more and more powerful. In the great world of exile, many strong cultivators had come to join Lin Feng. The Dragon Gate region had become one of the most powerful regions in the great world of exile. There were also some region lords who sent envoys with gifts to the Dragon Gate region to seek an audience with Lin Feng. Lin Feng received the special envoys of these domain lords. However, who among these domain lords were sincere and who were insincere, that was unknown. Temples began to be built in the newly incorporated territories. As more and more temples were built, more and more power of faith was produced. The strength of the divine state avatar was also constantly improving. Lin Feng also chose to go into seclusion. He wanted to refine Heavenly Emperor June and Mo Zixi's God Source after their deaths. Lin Feng went into seclusion for a month. When he came out, his cultivation level had broken through to the 8th level of the rebirth realm. Seeing that he was not far from breaking through to the divine state, Lin Feng was very excited. He had always been looking forward to breaking through to the divine state. This was because only when one reached the divine state would one's life undergo a complete transformation. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that his divine state avatar had broken through to the 9th level of the Void God realm. One more level, and he would be at the 10th level of the Void God realm. Once he reached the 10th level of the Void God realm, breaking through to the Divine Fire realm would be just around the corner. The Divine State Avatar's breakthrough speed was faster than Lin Feng had imagined. All of this was naturally attributed to the large number of temples built. Countless people prayed and produced a large amount of power of faith for the Divine State Avatar to absorb. On this day, Lin Feng called Duzu over. He planned to head to the Chaos region with Duzu and destroy the lair of the Divine Dark Tower. If possible, Lin Feng also wanted to subdue the Divine Dark Tower. It was definitely an extremely terrifying treasure with boundless power. The artifact spirit was also abnormally strong. If he could subdue it, it would be of great help to Lin Feng in the future. Lin Feng had his Divine State Avatar oversee the Dragon Gate region, while he and Duzu headed to the Divine Dark Tower's lair. However, when they arrived, they found that the small world was already empty. Duzu said, "It seems that they left after hearing the news of Emo Zixie's death." Lin Feng nodded and said, "The Divine Dark Tower's artifact spirit can awaken at any time. It seems to be different from other artifact spirits. Could this be the so-called artifact cultivator?" The so-called artifact cultivator was rather easy to understand. It meant that the artifact spirit used the artifact itself as its physical body. The artifact spirit used the artifact as its soul. This was how they cultivated. This was the same principle as how human cultivators cultivated. However, the artifact cultivator's path of cultivation was tens of thousands of times more difficult than that of human cultivators. Duzu rubbed his chin and said, "The Divine Dark Tower's artifact spirit might be an artifact cultivator. Now that it wants to hide, it won't be easy for us to find it." In the end, Lin Feng and Duzu returned to the Dragon Gate region. About 2 months later, a huge twisting whirlpool suddenly appeared above Blackrock City. The whirlpool covered an area of more than 50 kilometers. Countless people were alarmed and looked at the huge vortex that had suddenly appeared in the sky in shock. They did not know why the vortex had appeared. Lin Feng walked out with little Yao Yao in his arms. "Big brother, what's that?" Little Yao Yao asked curiously. Lin Feng said, "Big brother doesn't know right now. Perhaps you'll find out later." Duzu said, "It's a space-time whirlpool." "A space-time whirlpool? What's that?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Duzu said, "It's a whirlpool that connects to space-time in the outer realm." A space-time whirlpool is equivalent to a transportation array that connects space-time in the outer realm. I'm afraid that something from the outer realm is about to descend into this world. Lin Feng's heart trembled. The outer realm actually referred to the vast and boundless starry sky world. Deities could travel to the outer realm. However, that didn't mean that one could travel to the outer realm just by breaking through to the deity realm. The outer realm was a pitch-black and cold world. It was boundless. Once one entered the outer realm, they would lose their way if they didn't have an ancient starry sky map. Once one got lost in the outer realm, then even if one was a god, only death would await one. Therefore, Lin Feng could actually travel to the outer realm. However, he didn't leave the exiled world. That was because Lin Feng didn't know how to get to the Tianwu continent from the exiled world. Without an ancient starry sky map, he would definitely die if he entered the outer realm. Asterisk, rumble, asterisk suddenly, a loud sound shook the heavens. It was as if something was about to rush out of the space-time whirlpool. Chapter 1474. What was about to descend? Countless people looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. Of course, other than curiosity, they were also worried. After all, everything was unknown. Who knew what terrifying changes might occur? A loud rumble resounded through the sky. Finally, everyone saw what it was. A huge, ancient ship flew out of the space-time vortex. An ancient ship. Duzu was shocked. In the past, Duzu had also traveled through the void. That was why he had seen an ancient ship in the void. However, Duzu had almost died in the starry void because he did not have the ancient starry sky map. In the end, he had narrowly escaped death and returned to the exiled world. Now that the ancient ship had descended, it was obvious that the cultivators on the ship had the ancient starry sky map. The fact that these people could sail the ancient starry sky ship through the starry void meant that the cultivators on the ship were extraordinarily powerful. One had to know that sailing through the starry void was a very dangerous thing. First, one had to deal with the space-time storms and the powerful beasts in the starry void. Without strength, sailing through the starry void was simply suicide. The ancient starry sky ship stopped above Blackrock City. Not long after, a little girl of 7 or 8 years old bounced out of the ship. The little girl was very lively. She wore a pure white dress. She looked like a little fairy. It's little big sister. Little Yao Yao pointed at the little girl. Lin Feng was also very surprised. It was actually the little fairy he had seen in the sacred mountain. This little fairy actually existed in the world. Lin Feng was very surprised. Soon, more than 10 people walked out of the ancient starry sky ship. There were men and women, old and young, but each of them had an extraordinary aura. Little fairy pointed at little Yao Yao in Lin Feng's arms and said something to the elders beside her. At that moment, a group of people flew down. An old man looked at little Yao Yao excitedly. "Is that Princess Yao Yao?" the old man asked. When he saw little Yao Yao, his tears fell like rain. "They're calling little Yao Yao Princess Yao Yao. Are they cultivators from the Lunar Monarch's faction?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but think. The Lunar Emperor was not from the banished Great World. He was only passing by the Great Exiled World and could not bear to see the countless innocent creatures of the Great Exiled World die miserably at the hands of the foreign cultivators. That was why he descended to the Great Exiled World, leading the cultivators of the Great Exiled World to fight against the foreign cultivators. This meant that in the outside world, perhaps somewhere in the starry sky world, there should be members of the Lunar Emperor's clan. "Grandpa, who are you? Why do you know me?" Little Yao Yao, who was lying in Lin Feng's embrace, looked at the old man doubtfully. The old man replied, "Little princess, you were only 1 year old back then, and I carried you before." Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Little Yao Yao was sealed in stone by the Lunar Emperor during the Primordial Age. Billions of years had passed since the immemorial era. This old man, who called himself Old Servant, had lived from the Primordial era until now. What kind of cultivation base was he at? Giant God? Quasi-Emperor? It was Lin Feng's first time seeing an expert of this level. Little Yao Yao thought for a moment, then said, "Ah, Grandpa, are you Grandpa Chu?" When he heard little Yao Yao's words, the old man's tears began to flow again. He choked with sobs as he said, "I didn't expect little princess to still remember me. I've finally found little princess. Even if I die, I'll still have the face to meet the emperor in the underworld." Daddy died, and so did Uncle Zhou, who took care of little Yao Yao. Only little Yao Yao was left. Later, Big Brother found little Yao Yao, and little Yao Yao had Big Brother. Now, little Yao Yao has Grandpa Chu and little Big Sister. Little Yao Yao smiled very happily. "Yao Yao, do you still remember Big Sister?" Little Fairy asked, pleasantly surprised. "Of course, little Yao Yao remembers you. You're Uncle Zhou's daughter, so you're little Yao Yao's little big sister." Little Yao Yao said, Lin Feng was shocked. No wonder little Yao Yao had called this little big sister when they had first met. It turned out that this little fairy was little Yao Yao's Uncle Zhou's daughter. These memories should have been passed down through little Yao Yao's bloodline. The fact that little Yao Yao had been able to recognize this unfathomable old servant was probably also a part of her bloodline. When Princess Xianyun was dreaming, she saw Princess Yao Yao. Maybe it's because of her bloodline. In her dream, Princess Xianyun's soul traveled to another world, and she saw Princess Yao Yao. If it wasn't for Princess Xianyun, we wouldn't have been able to find Princess Yao Yao. The old man said. Lin Feng asked, "Was Princess Xianyun also sealed in a stone?" The old man nodded. That year, the great emperor discovered that Princess Xianyun was facing a calamity, so he sealed her away. The great emperor sealed little Yao Yao. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Princess Xianyun had been sealed away by little Yao Yao's father, the great emperor of the moon. The old man seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. He said, "The great emperor I'm talking about isn't the great emperor of the moon, but the great emperor of the sun." The great emperor of the sun and the great emperor of the moon were brothers. It's the first time such a thing has happened since the beginning of time. Lin Feng was shocked. Becoming a great emperor was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but little Yao Yao's father actually had two great emperors, and they were even brothers. This was too shocking. The old man continued, "We're here to take Princess Yao Yao away." Lin Feng had already guessed the old man's purpose for coming. Although he was reluctant, Lin Feng knew that little Yao Yao leaving with them was the best choice. She would return to her family. She would have the protection of experts. She would also receive the best training. In the future, when little Yao Yao grew up with her bloodline, she would at least reach the giant god realm or even the great emperor realm. If she could prove her Tao, she could even become an empress. No, little Yao Yao wants to stay by Big Brother's side. Little Yao Yao will never leave Big Brother's side. Little Yao Yao hugged Lin Feng's neck tightly, burying her head in Lin Feng's chest. "Princess Yao Yao, listen to me. We're going back to our home." The old man lovingly stroked little Yao Yao's head. But suddenly, the old man's expression became incomparably gloomy. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he was facing a grim reaper who had walked out of hell. The little princess's qi and blood are collapsing. Who took her emperor's blood? The old man suppressed his monstrous anger and killing intent as he looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said, "A power called the Divine Dark Tower captured little Yao Yao and took her emperor's blood to cultivate the divine transformation fruit." "Divine Dark Tower," the old man roared, and the void within 1,000,000 miles instantly collapsed. Lin Feng was horrified. Wasn't this strength too terrifying? Chapter 1475. That old man's name was Chu Wanyan. Back then, he had taken care of the young great emperor of the moon. Mr. Chu was very close to the great emperor of the moon and little Yao Yao. When he saw that little Yao Yao had been killed, he was furious. Thought Lin Feng. The godly Dark Tower was in trouble. With that guy's strength, he probably had a way to find the godly Dark Tower. The divine Dark Tower shouldn't exist anymore, said some of little Yao Yao's clansmen, angrily. Their clan had two great emperors. How glorious was that! But now, the daughter of a great emperor had been kidnapped, and her blood was being used to make Huashan fruits. How could they tolerate such anger? It wasn't just anger anymore. They also felt sorry for little Yao Yao. They also felt humiliated. Someone had dared to kill their daughter. That was a provocation to their clan. "Where's the divine Dark Tower?" asked a young man. He was a god and extremely powerful. He had great imperial blood and was a descendant of the great emperor of the Sun. He was the most outstanding leader of the younger generation. His name was Chu Fei. He had been in high spirits, but now he looked gloomy. The divine Dark Tower used to have 3 strongholds. A while ago, I went to the stronghold where little Yao Yao was imprisoned. I wanted to destroy it, but it was already empty. I don't know where the other 2 strongholds are, said Lin Feng. The divine Dark Tower will be destroyed. Mr. Chu's voice was filled with killing intent. He had personally gone to the various regions. Mr. Chu didn't hide his qi at all. The leaders who were in seclusion sensed his terrifying qi and his murderous intent. They were all trembling. It was difficult to imagine what kind of strong cultivator had arrived. Even though they were gods, when they sensed his qi, they still felt as weak as ants. Where is the divine Dark Tower? Give us clues, and we'll live. Those who don't will die, said Mr. Chu indifferently. His voice was filled with murderous intent. The leaders were all astonished. Who was this person? Why did he want to find the divine Dark Tower? It was obvious that this strong cultivator hated the divine Dark Tower. Could it be the great emperor of the moon's clansmen? These domain lords were all shrewd people, and they all thought of a certain possibility. The divine Tower of Darkness had once imprisoned the crown princess. If it wasn't for Lin Feng rescuing her, she might have already died in the divine Darkness Tower. Did the clansmen of the lunar emperor find the banished world? If that was the case, then everything could be easily explained. The domain lords told Elder Chu everything they knew. They didn't dare to hide anything because Elder Chu was too powerful. They didn't want to bring about their own deaths. In the end, Elder Chu found the 2 strongholds of the divine Dark Tower. He forcefully tore through the void and instantly arrived in front of the first stronghold. Then he raised his right hand and tore apart the crystal wall of this small world. Who dares to destroy the miniature world of my divine Dark Tower? Furious roars were heard as countless experts rushed outside. Elder Chu's expression was emotionless. He waved his hand, and a monstrous amount of spiritual energy gushed out. The small world where the divine Dark Tower stronghold was located had been refined by Elder Chu. It had become the size of a palm. There were many divine Dark Tower cultivators inside. They were terrified and wanted to rush out of the small world. Elder Chu smashed the small world with his palm. His cultivation was too terrifying. It was so powerful that it made people despair. Elder Chu tore through the void again and arrived in another small world. He tore apart the crystal wall and entered this small world. Ancestor, please, the cultivators in this small world knew that an expert had invaded and couldn't help but shout in anger. They brought out a piece of stone. This was the trump card of the divine Dark Tower. The divine Dark Tower had 2 trump cards. The first was the supreme treasure of the divine Dark Tower. The divine Dark Tower was named after the supreme treasure of the divine Dark Tower. The second trump card was the self-sealed stone. This was a true god realm existence. It was ancient and powerful. It had sealed itself in the stone and lived until now. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the small world of my divine Dark Tower? The being sealed within the stone said. How dare a force like this harm the little princess? You can't be forgiven. Elder Chu's voice was cold. He slapped the self-sealed true God expert with his palm. You, the true God expert, felt that something was wrong when Elder Chu attacked. It was too terrifying. He couldn't resist at all. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. However, he was slapped to death by Elder Chu. He couldn't resist Elder Chu's attack at all. The ancestor is dead. Countless people cried out in horror. The divine dark tower was originally in seclusion to repair the tower due to its injuries. However, it was now alarmed and came out of seclusion. It transformed into a wisp of black gas and wanted to escape. However, how could it escape under Elder Chu's nose? In the end, the divine dark tower was destroyed by Elder Chu's palm. The supreme treasure was destroyed just like that. After that, Elder Chu gently stomped his foot, and the small world collapsed. Nobody could escape. All the cultivators of the divine dark tower died. From destroying the first stronghold to traversing billions of miles to destroying the second stronghold, it took less than an hour. Elder Chu's cultivation level was really high. The divine dark tower was destroyed just like that. This caused a huge uproar in the banished world. Many of the area leaders were extremely worried because they were worried that the mysterious old man would attack them again. The Golden Crow Sage was probably the most frightened. He had a grudge with Lin Feng, and now those strong cultivators were in the Longmen territory. The Golden Crow Sage was scared out of his wits. Elder Chu returned to the Longmen territory. Little Yao Yao didn't want to leave with Elder Chu and the others. So Elder Chu and the others stayed in Black Rock City for the time being. However, Little Yao Yao still liked to play with Little Fairy. Elder Chu looked at Little Yao Yao, who was playing with Little Fairy in the distance. He had a kind expression on his face. It was hard to imagine that this kind old man had just destroyed the divine dark tower. I still need you to persuade Princess Yao Yao, Elder Chu said. I will do my best. Lin Feng said. Elder Chu said, Princess Yao Yao is indebted to you. What do you want in return? Magical powers? Treasures? Wealth? You can ask for anything you want. Lin Feng said, Everything I did for Yao Yao wasn't because I wanted anything from you, Elder. Elder Chu said, Of course, I know that. That's why I'm really grateful to you. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then said, Since Elder Chu says so, then I would like to ask for an ancient star map. Where do you want to go? Elder Chu asked. Elder, have you heard of the Tianwu continent? Lin Feng asked. So that's where you want to go. Elder Chu nodded and said, At night, I will send someone to deliver the ancient star map to you. Chapter 1476. At night, Chu Fei came to Lin Feng's place and gave him the star map. Brother Lin, the star map you want is in this jade tube. Once you've memorized it, destroy it, said Chu Fei. Lin Feng was too precious. The ancient star map was too precious. Those forces that could travel in the outer realms were absolutely colossal forces, just like little Yao Yao's family. The reason they could travel in the outer realms was because of the ancient star map. If it weren't for little Yao Yao's kindness, Elder Chu wouldn't have given him such an important star map. Lin Feng knew that very well. He nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll destroy it. Chu Fei nodded and said, Brother Lin, please try to persuade Princess Yao Yao. Her qi and blood are in a mess right now, so she needs to go back to her family to recuperate. That way, she'll be able to recover quickly. The longer she stays here, the worse it will be for her recovery. All right, I'll try my best to persuade the little girl, Lin Feng said. At night, little Yao Yao ran over to Lin Feng's place and insisted on sleeping with him. She lay in Lin Feng's arms and played around for a while. Lin Feng smiled and said, In a few days, you can go back with Grandpa Chu. No, I want to be with Big Brother, said little Yao Yao. Lin Feng said, I'll be leaving soon. The journey is too dangerous, and I'm afraid I won't be able to take good care of you. I'll go and see you in the future, okay? Little Yao Yao immediately revealed a bitter expression and asked, Big Brother, where are you going? Big Brother wants to go back to Big Brother's home too, Lin Feng said. Little Yao Yao said, So Big Brother's home isn't here either. Yeah, Big Brother's home is the same as little Yao Yao's home. It's very, very far from here. Lin Feng said. Little Yao Yao wants to follow Big Brother back to Big Brother's house. But little Yao Yao is worried that she will be a burden to Big Brother if she encounters danger. However, once I part ways with Big Brother, I don't know when I will be able to see Big Brother again. Little Yao Yao was incomparably conflicted. The little girl was precocious. Although she was young, she knew a lot of things. For example, she knew that she might not be able to see Lin Feng again for many years to come. It was even to the extent that this farewell would be an eternal farewell. Lin Feng said, "How about this? Once Yao Yao grows up, you can ask Grandpa Chu for the ancient star chart and go to the Marshall Heaven continent to find Big Brother." Little Yao Yao's eyes lit up and she nodded as she said, "Then little Yao Yao has to grow up quickly." "All right, Big Brother will wait for you to come and find Big Brother." Lin Feng rubbed little Yao Yao's head lovingly. The next day, Lin Feng told Elder Chu that little Yao Yao had agreed to go back. This made Elder Chu very happy. Elder Chu said, "Little friend, since you asked for the ancient star chart, entering the starry sky world outside will be very dangerous. I have an ancient starship here. Although it's not big, it can still travel long distances. Today, I will give it to you." As Elder Chu spoke, he took out a transparent glass bottle. Within the glass bottle, a storm swept through and waves rolled. An ancient starship that had shrunk countless times was sealed within the glass bottle. "Many thanks, Senior." Lin Feng accepted the ancient starship and thanked Elder Chu. 3 days later, Elder Chu and the others decided to leave. "Big Brother, little Yao Yao will definitely come and find you." Little Yao Yao was crying very sadly. Her face was drenched in tears. Lin Feng waved goodbye to little Yao Yao. The huge ancient starship soared into the sky and entered the space-time vortex, disappearing without a trace. Following that, the space-time vortex also disappeared without a trace. The sky returned to its usual calm. When they heard that the Lunar Emperor's people had left, the other area rulers could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They had been on edge all this time. "When do you plan to leave?" Duzu asked. Said Lin Feng. "Soon," said Lin Feng. "Did you kill the Golden Crow Sage before you left?" Duzu asked. Lin Feng replied, "He's back in Great Sun City. It's too difficult to kill him." "He's just lucky," Duzu said. "Unfortunately, I couldn't kill Mose Tianzuan. I still want to steal his the magic lotus, but I don't know where he's hiding." Lin Feng muttered. "Heavenly demons are crafty. Finding him is as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Duzu said, "During this time, apart from the Golden Crow Sage, all the other area rulers had come to Blackrock City to visit Lin Feng. Of course, this was because of Elder Chu. Lin Feng's identity was mysterious, and these area rulers even thought that Lin Feng was from the Lunar Emperor's clan. Otherwise, why would Lin Feng have risked his life to enter the Divine Dark Tower for little Yao Yao? Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't explain anything. The more these area rulers misunderstood, the better. This way, they would be even more afraid of the Dragon Gate region. When Ren Muyue was planning to resign from her position as the city lord of Blackrock City, she had come to bid farewell to Lin Feng, and there was some ambiguity between the two of them. When she heard that when Ren Muyue was planning to go back and cultivate, she didn't know when they would meet again. Parting always brought with it some sadness. When Ren Muyue left the Blackrock City and returned to her family, Lin Feng was currently thinking about his successor. This made it difficult for Lin Feng, as it was difficult to find a suitable successor who could convince the masses. Duzu said, "The 5 great clans of the Tianzhou region aren't simple. Each of them should have a terrifying background." "You mean a self-sealing stone?" Lin Feng was shocked. Duzu said, "That's right. Back then, Emperor Jun Tian didn't dare to touch the 5 great clans because he was worried about this matter. You should know that the 5 great clans are even older than the June family. You mean to say that we should let the 5 great clans control the Dragon Gate region together? Lin Feng asked. Du Zhu nodded. That's right. This way, we can prevent the power from being concentrated in the hands of a single clan. The 5 great clans can also keep each other in check. Lin Feng nodded. This was a good idea. He summoned the clan leaders of the 5 great clans to Blackrock City and announced his decision. They were to form a group of 5 that was similar to the Round Table Conference. The 5 clan leaders would be allowed to control the Dragon Gate region together. Right now, apart from the Great Sun region, the leaders of the other regions are on good terms with me. After I leave, you can look for them and discuss the matter of building a shrine in their regions. Lin Feng said. He paused for a moment, then continued. There might be some obstacles, but I hope that you can overcome them. When I return from the outer regions, I hope to see results. The 5 clan leaders were somewhat puzzled as to why Lin Feng was so enthusiastic about building a shrine for them, but they understood that as subordinates, they shouldn't ask questions like this. Now, Lin Feng was about to enter the outer regions. Although they didn't know what Lin Feng was going to do there, they were certain of one thing. Lin Feng must have grasped the ancient star map. This shocked them, as anyone who could control an ancient star map must have come from one of the superpowers in the outer regions. Now, the 5 clan leaders had the same thought. Could Lin Feng be the young master of one of the superpowers in the outer regions? Chapter 1477. The news that Lin Feng was about to travel to the extraterritorial world quickly spread throughout the entire Great Exiled World. This matter made the godly state experts of the Great Exiled World extremely envious. Many godly state experts hoped that they would be able to travel to the extraterritorial world one day. However, no one had the ancient starry sky map and was destined to be unable to leave. Cultivators were full of adventurous spirit. Especially powerful cultivators, their thoughts were more active. They were unwilling to be bound to one place and were unwilling to stay in one place for the rest of their lives. They also yearned to head to a bigger stage and a wider world. Traveling to the extraterritorial world was an opportunity. Although it was full of danger, it was also full of opportunities. Cultivators challenged danger and sought opportunities. This kind of life was more exciting and not a waste of time. Moreover, if one wanted to become a supreme expert, one would definitely need to find more powerful inheritances and resources. In the extraterritorial world, there was the most ancient extraterritorial battlefield. It was a battlefield for gods and even emperors. One could obtain heaven-defying inheritances and treasures there. Traveling to the extraterritorial world allowed one to enter many unexplored ancient star domains. The treasures in the ancient star domains were up for grabs. A few territorial lords personally came to see Lin Feng, hoping to follow Lin Feng to the extraterritorial world. These territorial lords had cultivated to the godly state and had lived for millions of years. However, they had been unable to leave the Great Exiled World. In the eyes of outsiders, they were lofty existences. However, in their eyes, the Great Exiled World was like a cage that trapped them. Lin Feng did not directly agree to the requests of these territorial lords because he was not familiar with them. He did not know if there would be any unforeseen events if he brought them out. Moreover, some territorial lords were abnormally powerful, so it was best to be careful. Therefore, Lin Feng told these domain masters who came to find him and expressed their desire to travel with him to the outer realm to wait for a period of time. When he returned from the outer realm, the next time he left the world of exile, he would definitely bring them along. These area lords had already lived for over 1,000,000 years. Naturally, They didn't mind waiting for a few more years, so they agreed. The clan heads of the 5 great clans felt that this was a good opportunity. They personally paid a visit to the area lords, hoping that they could build a temple for Lin Feng in their territories. Now, these area lords were wholeheartedly thinking that they could travel with Lin Feng to the outer realm in the future, so they quickly agreed to the clan head's suggestion. Parting was always accompanied by reluctance, especially since Yun Jie and Lin Feng had already had a physical relationship. Knowing that Lin Feng was about to leave, she was even more reluctant. She wanted to leave with Lin Feng, but the journey was long and the outer space was fraught with danger. Thus, Lin Feng did not allow Yun Jie to follow him. Lin Feng took out the ancient ship that Elder Chu had given him from the porcelain bottle that sealed it. The ancient ship returned to its normal size. It was about 15 or 16 meters long and looked very simple. It was densely covered in runes, and Lin Feng was quite happy to see that it even had an astral stone cannon. The astral stone cannon could be loaded with spirit stones and could fire with great destructive power. Lin Feng and Du Zhu boarded the ancient ship and entered the outer realm. On a mountain peak in the Poison Fog Forest in the Chaos region, Poison Rose stared blankly at the sky. A middle-aged cultivator appeared and said, "Rose, I went to see Lin Feng. He just left. If you have anything you want to say to him, I can go and tell him for you," said a middle-aged cultivator, appearing in front of her. This middle-aged man was the Chaos Region Lord, and he was one of the area lords who wanted to leave the world of exile. Poison Rose bit her lip and said, "You shouldn't have come here. Perhaps one day I will also leave the world of exile. I hope that you won't hate me so much." The Chaos Region Lord said. Poison Rose's expression was uncertain, and she asked, Will he come back?" "He will. He said that he will come back to the world of exile, so he will definitely come back." The Chaos Region Lord said. "All right, thank you for telling me all this," Poison Rose said. The Chaos Region Lord was as happy as a child. How many years had it been since his daughter had spoken to him so calmly? Even though he had only spoken 3 sentences today, he had only spoken 3 sentences. The outer realm was dark and cold. Of course, to cultivators, their 6 senses were very powerful, so even in the dark world, they could see all kinds of things from very far away. Standing on the ship's cabin, they could feel the cold wind. Looking into the distance, they could see a huge oval-shaped planet. That was the world of exile. Du Zhu said, "The world of exile is also one of the 3,000 great worlds. However, it is ranked very low, so it lacks resources and has very few powerful cultivators. It has been tens of thousands of years since the world of exile appeared, but no one has been able to become an emperor." Lin Feng said, "Among the 3,000 great worlds, what are the more powerful ones?" Du Zhu said, "The immortal realm, the Buddhist realm, the dragon realm, the kingdom of the 9 states, the demon realm, and the monster realm are known as the 7 paramount realms. These are the top 7 great worlds among the 3,000 great worlds." Lin Feng was shocked. The kingdom of the 9 states? Could it be the kingdom of the 9 states on the other side of the Tianwu continent? Du Zhu said, "That's right. That's the kingdom of the 9 states. It is the cradle of powerful cultivators and has given birth to many mighty human emperors. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are all figures from the kingdom of the 9 states. Perhaps the kingdom of the 9 states is the birthplace of the human race. It is said that Nuwa lived in the kingdom of the 9 states before the Great War of the Xiantian life forms." Du Zhu's words shocked Lin Feng. He did not expect the kingdom of the 9 states to be one of the 7 paramount realms. After returning to the Tianwu continent and settling matters there, Lin Feng would head to the kingdom of the 9 states to broaden his horizons. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Three terrifying auras appeared in the distance. Lin Feng and Du Zhu were both alarmed. They looked into the distance and saw a scorching divine sun flying toward them. A one-armed cultivator walked out from the scorching divine sun. This cultivator was none other than the Golden Crow Holy Lord. As for the other two, they were sealed within the stone. This was probably the foundation of the Golden Crow tribe, a god sealed in stone. The three powerful beings appeared and surrounded the ancient void ship Lin Feng was on. Golden Crow Holy Lord, you should be glad that I did not go to the great sun domain to kill you. Today, you actually came out to die. Have you washed your neck clean? If you're clean, I can cut off your head right now. Lin Feng sneered at the Golden Crow Holy Lord. Chapter 1478. When the Golden Crow sage heard Lin Feng's arrogant words, he sneered disdainfully and said, "Little boy, you're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant. Where did you get your courage from? We've been waiting for you to come here to kill you. The starry sky world is destined to be your burial ground." Ha ha ha, kill me? Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. The Golden Crow sage looked glum. He looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "You're acting recklessly. You're still laughing? You'll be crying soon." As soon as the Golden Crow sage finished talking, Lin Feng shouted, "Come out, you five!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 stones flew out of the ancient boat. Each stone had a godly cultivator sealed inside. Those were the treasures of the 5 great clans. And now, Lin Feng had asked them to come out. "You're plotting against us?" The Golden Crow Saint Monarch's face turned extremely ugly. "Back then, Du Zhu and I talked about you. Back then, I thought that you were hiding in Great Sun City, and that it was your territory. It would be extremely difficult to kill you, so I gave up on the idea of going to Great Sun City to kill you. Later, I spread the news that I was going to travel in the starry sky. I wanted to give you a chance to kill me. If you hadn't come, all my efforts would have been in vain. If you had come, you wouldn't have been able to leave. I knew that you would have come. Because I have the star map. It's extremely important to gods. You want to steal it from me," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. "It doesn't matter whether I have a powerful force behind me or not. As long as you get the ancient star map, you can go anywhere you want. Now is the best time to kill me. As I expected, you really did come, and you've used all your power." Lin Feng smiled coldly. "I can't believe a little boy like you plotted against me." The Golden Crow Saint Monarch's expression was extremely gloomy, and his face was extremely ugly. He was originally full of confidence when he came to rob and kill Lin Feng, but now he found out that he had been schemed against by Lin Feng. One could imagine how depressed he was now. "Ha ha ha ha, after the 3 of you fall, the great sun domain will also be my territory. 5 elders, lend me a hand, and kill the 3 of them with all your might." Lin Feng shouted. At the same time, he summoned his godly state clone and the 3 poisonous puppets. Lin Feng's side was equivalent to 11 deity realm experts. Although the cultivation of the 3 poison puppets was not high, they were difficult to destroy. In addition, the divine ability they used contained the power of poison, so they could not be underestimated. "Don't worry, fellow cultivator Lin. Those 3 people will die today." The ancestors of the 5 major clans, who had sealed themselves in the stone, let out a long howl. "Let's go." The Golden Crow Saint Monarch shouted in a deep voice. He turned around and flew into the distance, wanting to escape. If Lin Feng only had Du Zhu, the godly state clone, and the 3 poisonous puppets, the Golden Crow Saint Monarch believed that with the profound realms of the 3 Kinwu people, they would definitely be able to kill Lin Feng. However, with the addition of the 5 ancestors of the 5 great clans, the balance immediately tilted. Originally, the advantage of the Golden Crow Saint Monarch, and the others was that their realms were higher than Lin Feng's. After all, even Du Zhu's godly state clone had not broken through to the divine fire realm, while the Golden Crow Saint Monarch and the other 2 experts of their clan were all in the divine fire realm. However, the 5 ancestors of the 5 great clans were also in the divine fire realm. Now, their realms could not suppress the cultivators on Lin Feng's side. They were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. No matter how they fought, they would definitely lose this battle. We can't escape. Lin Feng sneered and directly used the secret technique of the Celestial Master Sect. In the starry sky world, the stars that were revolving actually shot out beams of light. The dense beams of light intertwined to form a formation. The Celestial Master Sect could use all kinds of power to create a formation, including the stars in the outer realms. This was the heaven-defying ability of the Celestial Master Sect. The formation sealed off the starry sky. The Golden Crow Saint Monarch and the other 2 were trapped. The battle instantly broke out. The ancestor of the Wunren clan of the 5 great clans came out to help Lin Feng attack the Golden Crow Saint Monarch. The other 4 divided into 2 groups and attacked the 2 experts of the Qinwu people who were sealed in the stone. Du Zhu, the ancestor of the Wunren clan, the godly state clone, and the 3 poisonous puppets all charged toward the Golden Crow Saint Monarch. Du Zhu condensed the kingdom of poison and suppressed it. The godly state clone held the great Baron War Spear and tore through the void. The 3 poisonous puppets condensed 3 poisonous dragons and pounced on the Golden Crow Saint Monarch. The ancestor of the Wunren clan condensed a Void War Spear. The Void War Spear pierced through the void and shot toward the 3 poisonous puppets. Lin Feng controlled the ancient ship and ignited the Spirit Stone Cannon. Boom, boom, boom. The Spirit Stone Cannon fired countless spirit stones at the Golden Crow Saint Monarch and exploded in the starry sky, facing so many attacks. No matter how strong the Golden Crow Saint Monarch was, he couldn't withstand it. He only resisted for more than 30 rounds before Du Zhu seized the opportunity. Du Zhu sent him flying with a slap. Then, the ancestor of the Wunren clan condensed a sword chi and almost cut the Golden Crow Saint Monarch in half. The Golden Crow Saint Monarch was furious and roared, "Lin Feng, you little bastard! I've been unhindered for my entire life, and now I've fallen in your hands. Even if I die, I won't let you go." Puff! The godly state clone took advantage of the Golden Crow Saint Monarch's distraction and hid behind him. He directly pierced the Golden Crow Saint Monarch's chest with the Great Baron War Spear. The Golden Crow Saint Monarch suffered a near-fatal injury. Lin Feng looked at the Golden Crow Saint Monarch indifferently and sneered, "Soon, your soul will be destroyed. You won't even have the chance to turn into a ghost. How can you come to me when you're dead? How laughable!" Then he took a step forward and arrived in front of the Golden Crow Saint Monarch. He slapped the Golden Crow Saint Monarch's body. A loud bang was heard. The Golden Crow Saint Monarch's body exploded, leaving only a ball of origin energy. Lin Feng put the ball of origin energy into a spatial porcelain bottle. After the Golden Crow Saint Monarch was killed, Lin Feng and the others went to help the other 4 ancestors. In less than 15 minutes, the other 2 experts of the Qinwu people were killed, and their origin energy was also taken by Lin Feng. Thank you, 5 ancestors. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and 5 rivers of spirit stones flew out. Each river had 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Cultivation spirit stones. The 5 ancestors were very excited. There were no spirit stones in the exiled world, but that didn't mean that they had never heard of them. The 5 ancestors knew that the spirit stones could help their families cultivate many young cultivators. Young cultivators were the future of their families. Of course, they're for the 5 ancestors. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the exiled world. Lin Feng smiled. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Lin. We won't disappoint you. We've heard that you've urged the 5 clan leaders to build temples. When you return to the exiled world, you'll see that your temples have already appeared in every town in the exiled world. The 5 old ancestors accepted the spirit stones and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, thank you, fellow Taoists. Let's part ways here. See you again." Lin Feng clasped his fists and bowed. "See you again," the 5 ancestors said at the same time. After that, Lin Feng put away his clone and the 3 poisonous puppets and boarded the ancient ship in the starry sky with Du Zhu. The ancient starship trembled slightly before it pierced through the starry sky and disappeared. The 5 ancestors returned to the exiled world. Chapter 1479. The ancient ship sailed through the dark and cold outer realm. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had refined the origin energy of the Golden Crow Sage and the other 2 Kinwu people. His cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the rebirth realm, and he was only 1 step away from the 10th level of the rebirth realm. I'm 1 step closer to the divine realm. Lin Feng revealed a smile. After sailing in the outer realm for a month, the cultivation of the divine realm clone broke through again, reaching the 10th level of the Nihility God realm. Next, we need to ignite the divine flame. We need to find a cluster of fire origin to help the divine realm clone ignite the divine flame, Du Zhu said. The origin of fire, fused with the divine court, ignited the divine flame and turned into a divine flame realm expert. The more powerful the fire origin source he found, the more powerful he would be when he ignited the divine flame. Although Lin Feng had 3 heavenly flames, he would not use them to ignite the divine flame for the divine realm clone, because the origin of the heavenly flame was refined by Lin Feng. If he wanted to use the origin of the heavenly flame to ignite the divine flame for the divine realm clone, this kind of heavenly flame would become a part of the divine realm clone's body, and Lin Feng would lose this kind of heavenly flame. At that time, Lin Feng would not be able to use this kind of heavenly flame unless he killed the divine realm clone, took back the heavenly flame, and refined it again. The heavenly flame was too important to Lin Feng, and the divine realm clone was just a clone. Consuming a type of heavenly flame to ignite the divine flame for the divine realm clone would be a loss. Of course, even if he didn't use the heavenly flame, Lin Feng would still find a powerful earth flame or demon flame for the divine realm clone to ignite the divine flame. Lin Feng said, "Is it better to use earth flame to ignite the divine flame? Is it better to use demonic flames?" Du Zhu said, "Earth fire has its own advantages, and demonic fire has its own advantages. I don't think there's a problem with using earth fire or demonic fire. Of course, heavenly fire is fine too, but I don't think you'll use heavenly fire. It's not worth it to use a cluster of heavenly fire origin just to ignite a godly realm clone. Furthermore, heavenly fire is too powerful. If the godly realm clone can't withstand the power of heavenly fire, it might be burned to ashes." Lin Feng nodded. "All right, let's go and find earth fire or bestial fire. We'll use whatever fire we can find." The ancient ship sailed for another half a month. It was then that Lin Feng entered a new star region. Gazing into the distance, he could see that the star region was filled with sinister energy and black mists roiled about. It exuded a bone-chilling aura. Moreover, they could vaguely hear a voice that sent chills down their spines. Those voices, it sounded like the weeping of the undead, were in the Necromancer Star ocean. The poison ancestor said in a grave tone. Lin Feng recalled the route on the ancient star map and discovered that there was indeed a place called the Necromancer Star Ocean in this starry sky world. There was even a special note on the map about this place. This is a very dangerous place. Be careful, no matter what happens. Do not disembark rashly. At the end of the note were the words, "Remember, remember, remember." Obviously, the Necromancer Star Ocean was extremely strange and terrifying. Otherwise, the note wouldn't have emphasized the need to be careful. Lin Feng asked, "Is there something wrong with the Necromancer Star Ocean?" Du Zhu replied, "Rumor has it that this place is very strange. If you get lost, you'll die without a grave. In the end, you'll become an undead here." "Is this place really that scary?" Lin Feng was shocked. Du Zhu nodded and said, "This place has formed a powerful magnetic field, and many strange things can happen there. That's why many people are wary of this place." A powerful magnetic field. Why would it form such a powerful magnetic field? Lin Feng frowned slightly. A magnetic field was a very difficult phenomenon to explain. Once a magnetic field was formed, many terrifying things would happen. A cultivator's divine sense and magic power would be disrupted by the magnetic field and become unable to use them. To a cultivator, this could be said to be fatal. A magnetic field was just that terrifying. It was full of mysteries and unknowns. Du Zhu said, "Rumor has it that an emperor once died in the starry sky. Of course, I'm not sure if that's true or not. An emperor is equivalent to a lofty heavenly Tao. If an emperor really died in this place, perhaps a magnetic field would really form." Lin Feng rubbed his chin. The ancient starship continued to sail through the Necromancer Star Ocean. This starry sky was very large, and even after sailing for a long time, they still couldn't leave. Bang, bang, bang. One day, the ancient starship was attacked by some terrifying creature, and a series of violent sounds rang out. Then, the ancient starship started to sway. "What the hell is that?" Lin Feng stood up with a gloomy expression. He wanted to go out and take a look. "Don't go out. There are some unknown terrifying creatures roaming the Necromancer Star Ocean. It's said that they're evil corpses formed by cultivators who died in the starry sky. You should know that those cultivators from the starry sky are a huge headache for even emperors," Du Zhu said in a low voice. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. He and Du Zhu were in trouble. They couldn't go out, but those terrifying creatures outside were attacking the ancient starship. If the ancient starship was destroyed, then, at that time, Lin Feng and Du Zhu would have to face those terrifying creatures head-on. Who knew what would happen? Would the evil spirits roaming the Necromancer Star Ocean be afraid of Buddhism's supreme treasures? Lin Feng pondered and took out the Saraira and Bodhi seed. He then circulated the Great Karma Technique and the Great Purification Technique. These two 3,000 great Taoists were related to Buddhism. As the 3,000 great Taoists circulated, the power of karma poured into the Saraira. The power of purification poured into the Bodhi seed as well. The two treasures, the Saraira and the Bodhi bead, released bursts of golden light. Within the golden light, two ancient Buddhas appeared. Of these two ancient Buddhas, one had a benevolent countenance, while the other had a dignified countenance. The benevolent ancient Buddha was the manifestation of the Saraira. The dignified ancient Buddha was the manifestation of the Bodhi seed. I heard the sound of Dharma, and I obtained something I never had before. My heart was overjoyed, and all doubts were cleared. Buddhism of Shilai Meng did not lose out to Mahayana. The sound of Buddha was wonderful, and it could remove the annoyance of all living beings. I've obtained everything, and hearing it also removed my worries and annoyance. The two ancient Buddhas were chanting Buddhist scriptures. This was Buddhism's magnificent Dharma Sutra. As the two ancient Buddhas chanted, the sound of Buddhist scriptures could be heard. Streams of Buddhist karma surged out. Then, the Buddhist karma that surged out enveloped the ancient starship. Screech! At that moment, a sharp, ear-piercing cry came from outside. The terrifying creatures attacking the ancient starship seemed to have been injured by the Buddhist karma. In the end, the terrifying creatures retreated. Lin Feng and Duzu both sighed in relief. Fortunately, I have Buddhism's supreme treasures. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble today. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Duzu nodded. We have to quickly leave this Death Star Ocean. This place is too strange and terrifying. Lin Feng nodded. He felt the same way. He activated the ancient starship's formation, and the ancient starship's speed increased significantly. It turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance. Chapter 1480. It's already been more than a month, but we still can't leave the Spectre Starsea. Isn't the Spectre Starsea a little too big? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Spectre Starsea was filled with strange places. The longer one stayed in the Spectre Starsea, the more one could sense its evilness. Duzu asked, "Have we lost our way?" Lin Feng tapped the void with his right hand, and an ancient starry sky diagram formed from starlight appeared in the air. This starry sky diagram was the Spectre Starsea's ancient starry sky diagram. We've been heading in this direction all this time, so there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Feng held a starry sky compass in his hand. This was a starry sky compass that could determine north, south, east, and west in the boundless starry sky. Of course, one could still see the stars in the starry sky without using a starry sky compass. A starfield like the Spectre Starsea was only a relatively small starfield. Truly large starfields, such as the Hunter Starfield, the Ursa Starfield, and the Big Dipper Starfield, were extremely large. Thus, whether one was on a planet or in the starry sky, one could see the dazzling light emitted by these massive starfields. This was one of the ways to determine one's direction. For example, the Big Dipper Starfield pointed north. For example, the Hunter Starfield pointed southeast. Duzu said, "We're heading in the right direction. Don't tell me we've run into a magnetic field. Are we trapped here? Don't jinx it." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. However, when he thought about it carefully, it did make sense. Lin Feng said, "We can only continue sailing for a while and observe as we go. Hopefully, we haven't run into the Spectre Starsea's magnetic field. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." Duzu nodded. His expression was equally solemn. Another 5 days passed, and Lin Feng saw numerous dots of light appear in the pitch-black Spectre Starsea. This made him feel extremely astonished. He walked out of the cabin and onto the deck, looking into the distance. The poison ancestor also walked out with him. The dots of light were approaching from afar. Soon, Lin Feng saw what those light spots were. It turned out to be a fleet of small boats. Each small boat had a person sitting on it, and they were all lit up by an oil lamp. The small boats floated in the Death Star Sea. Why are there so many people? Lin Feng was shocked. Duzu felt his scalp go numb. He said, "Those aren't humans, they're undead. They're cultivators who died in the starry sky world and turned into undead. Now, they're on a small boat heading to the underworld." Hearing Duzu's words, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. We are the living, and they are the dead. How can we walk the same path? Are we going to the underworld as well? Have we lost our way? Duzu smiled bitterly and nodded. Perhaps that's the case. We unknowingly lost our way and entered the ancient starry sky path that leads to the netherworld. Lin Feng was in a terrible mood. The netherworld was a place where only the dead would go. If he and Duzu really went to the netherworld, it meant that he and Duzu would turn into undead. But now, Lin Feng didn't know how to change their course. They're all dead. I'm the only one left alive. Suddenly, a faint voice resounded between heaven and earth. If one listened carefully, it sounded like a woman's voice. Who's talking? Lin Feng was puzzled. No one's talking. Duzu muttered. You didn't hear anyone talking? Lin Feng looked at Duzu in shock. Duzu nodded. I didn't hear anything. Lin Feng muttered. Did I hear wrong? Lin Feng returned to the cabin and studied the ancient starry sky map. He hoped to find a way to leave as soon as possible. He had to return to the correct starry sky map as soon as possible. Otherwise, Lin Feng was really worried that they would enter the netherworld like the ancient starships. If that happened, they would be doomed eternally. They're all dead. I'm the only one left. Suddenly, the voice sounded again. It was much clearer than before. Lin Feng suddenly jumped up from the ground. Duzu called out, Are you all right? Did you lose your mind because you couldn't find a way to escape? Lin Feng kicked Duzu away. Duzu didn't mind and crawled up from the ground. Lin Feng said, I heard that voice again. What was that voice? Duzu asked, puzzled. They're all dead. I'm the only one left. Lin Feng said. At this time, the poison ancestor also felt that something was wrong. He gulped and said, This undead astral ocean is really too strange. I'm afraid that we've encountered something even stranger. Lin Feng nodded and said, I need to calm down and try to communicate with that existence. He sat down cross-legged and tried his best to calm down. Gradually, Lin Feng heard that voice again. They're all dead. I'm the only one left. This time, it was much clearer than before. Gradually, Lin Feng seemed to see a woman very, very far away. She was walking alone in the starry sky world. She was filled with sorrow. Her back was facing Lin Feng. She kept repeating the same sentence. It was as if she had been abandoned by the world. Judging from her back, she should be an extremely beautiful woman with a perfect figure. Her jet black hair fell to her waist, and her long white dress made her look like a goddess from the 9 heavens. Who is she? Why is she walking alone in the starry sky world? Lin Feng was puzzled. The appearance of such a woman was too shocking. Many questions appeared in his mind. Lin Feng sensed the woman's location, then changed his course and chased after her. He didn't know how long he chased after her. Suddenly, the ancient starry sky ship shook violently. The ancient starry sky ship seemed to have collided with something, or it seemed to have passed through a violent starry sky storm. Finally, the ancient starry sky ship rushed out of the region where the starry sky ship had been. The voice disappeared. Lin Feng could no longer sense the mysterious woman. We've returned to the right direction. Duzu shouted excitedly. Lin Feng also let out a long breath. He had finally found the right direction. As for the mysterious woman, he stopped thinking about that woman's identity. She might exist in this world, or perhaps she was just a mark left behind by time. The ancient starry sky ship continued on its journey. About a day later, Lin Feng saw an incomparably huge ancient starry sky ship appear in front of them. Such a huge ancient starry sky ship. It's probably the ancient starry sky ship of a superpower, right? Duzu said. Lin Feng and the others sped up and chased after it. But when they got close to the huge ancient starry sky ship, Lin Feng immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. 36 chains were tied to the back of the ancient starry sky ship. The 36 pitch-black thick chains were wrapped around a cyan stone coffin. A cyan stone coffin. A stone coffin that buried a great emperor. Chapter 1481. The cyan coffin was extraordinary. Lin Feng and the poison ancestor had already seen it in the depths of the holy mountain of the great world. Now, this was the second time they had seen a cyan stone coffin. The cyan stone coffin that buried a great emperor had many secrets. Now that the ancient ship was pulling the coffin, was the cyan stone coffin empty, or did it bury a great emperor? Who are the people on this ancient ship? They're actually pulling a cyan stone coffin. Could they have found it in the astral plane? Are they trying to pull it back to their race? Duzu muttered. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He felt that Duzu's theory was quite plausible. Duzu continued. What do we do now? Should we go up and greet them? Lin Feng asked. Perhaps they've already discovered us. Duzu said. Then let's go up and see what they're up to. The Spectre Star Sea is extremely strange. Our ancient ship is too small, so it's difficult for us to resist all sorts of evil. This is also the reason why we entered the ancient path to the netherworld. If we can leave the Spectre Star Sea with this ancient ship, our chances of leaving the Spectre Star Sea will be much higher. Lin Feng nodded. He agreed with Duzu. Although they had already escaped from the ancient path to the netherworld, they were still in the Spectre Star Sea. However, they were still unable to leave the Spectre Star Sea. The Spectre Star Sea was filled with danger. Perhaps there were even more terrifying dangers waiting for them. Thus, leaving on this ancient ship was the best option. Lin Feng and the others got closer and saw the flag on the ancient ship. This ancient ship was called the Ancient Evildoer. It was a rather strange name. Perhaps there was some meaning behind it. Lin Feng's ancient ship was originally called the Flying Cloud. Elder Chu had probably given it that name. Now, Lin Feng had changed it to Sovereign. Of course, Lin Feng's Sovereign couldn't compare to the Ancient Evildoer. The Ancient Evildoer was over 1,000 meters long and 300 to 400 meters tall. Lin Feng's Sovereign was only 15 meters long. It was simply too small. When Lin Feng's Sovereign approached the Ancient Evildoer's ancient ship, the Ancient Evildoer's ancient ship suddenly stopped. Suddenly, the ancient demonic ship disappeared without a trace. Oh no, they've changed course and left. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He didn't know if the people on the Ancient Evil didn't want Lin Feng's ship to follow them, or if they were going to change course in the first place. Lin Feng chased for a while, but he couldn't catch up to the Ancient Evildoer. He's too fast. He disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng said, helplessly. Duzu said, that ancient Starry Skies ship looks very advanced, so it's normal that our small ship couldn't catch up to it. Any ancient Starry Sky ship was incomparably precious. Even Lin Feng's small boat had an unimaginable value. Of course, the supreme title was just a little small, but it wasn't that bad. Duzu called it a small boat as a form of self-mockery. The supreme title continued to fly through the Death Star Sea, and after 3 more days, it still couldn't leave the Death Star Sea. Lin Feng sat in the cabin and studied the ancient Starry Sky map. Duzu said, we can't leave after so long. It seems like we're really in trouble. We won't be trapped here forever, right? This was also what Lin Feng was worried about. But now, Lin Feng also couldn't find a way to leave the Death Star Sea. A loud rumbling sound came from the front, and Lin Feng and Duzu were alarmed. They rushed out of the cabin. When they reached the deck, they looked into the distance and saw the Ancient Evildoer appear again. This ancient ship is really strange. It disappeared without a trace before, as if it was deliberately avoiding us, but now it's appeared again. What are the cultivators on the Ancient Evildoer planning? Duzu muttered. Although the poison ancestor was usually very unruly, he was actually quite a troublemaker. But in reality, he was very cautious. In the past, he was suppressed. He almost died. It wasn't easy for him to escape, so Duzu cherished his life very much. Lin Feng said, the cultivators on the ancient ship didn't attack us directly, which means they don't want to attack us. As for why they appeared again after leaving, it's hard to guess. Let's go up and take a look. Duzu nodded. Lin Feng pushed the supreme title's speed to the maximum and finally caught up with the ancient evildoer. Fellow cultivators on the ship, can you give us a ride? This one will reward you generously. Lin Feng shouted, but there was no response from the ancient ship. You're quite arrogant. You actually ignored us and let me do it, said the poison ancestor. Lin Feng, simply let Duzu do it. People on the ancient evildoer, listen up. We want to ride on your ship. Come out and welcome us. Duzu shouted. Duzu's shout was a little arrogant, but it was in line with Duzu's personality. But still, no one on the ancient evildoer answered. Something's not right with this ancient ship. Lin Feng felt that something was very wrong with the ancient ship. The ancient ship was pulling a coffin, and it was the most mysterious cyan coffin. It was too strange. Moreover, they were in the death astral sea. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of a possibility, but he didn't dare to confirm it. He looked at Duzu and said, "Didn't you say that a great emperor fell in the death astral sea?" Duzu nodded. Yes, it's a legend passed down from generation to generation. Lin Feng pointed at the cyan coffin with 36 chains at the back of the ship. Poison ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "You suspect that the legendary great emperor is buried in that cyan stone coffin?" Lin Feng said, "It's not impossible. We haven't been able to leave the death astral sea for a long time. Now that we've come across this ship, there are indeed many strange things about it. So, I think what you said is very possible." Duzu said after thinking for a while. "Whether or not the ancient evildoer is, as we speculate, we'll know once we get on board." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the ancient evildoer. Lin Feng felt more and more that there was something wrong with the ancient ship, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. It was a very strange feeling. Duzu agreed to go and take a look. Lin Feng had his clone drive the ancient ship behind them. Then he and Duzu flew to the ancient evildoer. A cold and gloomy aura surged out from the ancient evildoer's cabin. Lin Feng and the poison ancestor gazed into the cabin of the ancient evil. It was pitch black inside, like a black hole that could swallow life. It was emitting a terrifying aura. Chapter 1482. Lin Feng had already guessed that there was something strange about the ancient ship, so he didn't make too much of a fuss. Lin Feng and Duzu carefully entered the ship. As they approached the cabin, a cold and gloomy aura enveloped them, making Lin Feng feel as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. It was a terrible feeling, and he didn't know what was inside the ship. In the end, Lin Feng and the poison ancestor entered the cabin. It was gigantic, so the cabin was gigantic. It was divided into 30 floors, and there were many rooms. After entering the cabin, Lin Feng saw some corpses scattered on the ground. They had long decayed and turned into dust when he stepped on them. It seems like the people inside are indeed dead, but I don't know how they died. Lin Feng slightly frowned. Duzu said, "I'm afraid something unknown happened in the past. I just don't know if there are any clues left behind." Lin Feng said, "Let's not talk about the past for now. Let's look around and see if we can find any treasures." This was something that Lin Feng was eager to do. Cultivators would never complain about having too much wealth, and Lin Feng was no exception. He and Duzu entered many rooms on the ancient ship. Although there were corpses on the ship, there weren't many of them. They only saw a dozen or so corpses, and when they found their storage rings, they found that the space inside the rings had collapsed. Since the rings were destroyed, Lin Feng naturally couldn't obtain the wealth inside. However, he didn't know if the rings were damaged because of time or some other reason. If it was because of time, then the ancient demonic ship's history might be much longer than he had imagined. Lin Feng and Duzu opened a treasury. There were all kinds of treasures inside, such as divine stones, immortal iron, large amounts of spirit stones, star stones similar to spirit stones. They were condensed from the power of the stars and could be used for cultivation, spirit fruits, medicinal herbs, pills, and piles of Tao tools. There were even many semi-divine tools and a few divine tools. In the past, this ancient ship must have been to many places because the planets that produced star stones and spirit stones were often very far away. Duzu said. Lin Feng nodded and began to collect the treasures. The pills, herbs, and spirit fruits have all been destroyed. It seems that time has eroded them and cut off their vitality, Lin Feng said. He was obviously a bit regretful. However, Lin Feng didn't care. Since they were destroyed, it meant that he wasn't fated to obtain them. The rest of the treasures were piled up like mountains, and they were all collected by Lin Feng. They exited the treasury and continued to head deeper into the depths, searching for a new treasury. When they arrived at a large hall, Lin Feng and Duzu stopped. They looked into the depths and felt their scalps go numb. A woman in snow-white clothes stood at the entrance of the hall, her back facing them. She was a peerlessly beautiful woman. Even though they only saw her back, they could guess that her beauty was unparalleled in the world. And now, she stood at the entrance of the hall, motionless. She didn't even look back. Lin Feng and Duzu kept retreating. This ancient ship was too strange. Why was there a woman? It was terrifying and moving. Who was this woman? Had she been living on this ancient ship all this time? Or was she the same as them? Had she passed through the stars and boarded the ancient ship? Suddenly, the woman disappeared without a trace. Just like that, she silently left under Lin Feng and Duzu's eyes. Something's not right. She doesn't seem human. Could it be an imprint or an illusion left behind in the past? Lin Feng said, frowning slightly. He felt that something was wrong. The poison ancestor also sensed that something was amiss, and he said, it might be, as you guessed. I didn't sense any life aura from that woman. Lin Feng said, then let's go in and take a look. He and Duzu cautiously entered the hall. The hall was very large. However, the decorations were very simple. After entering the hall, Lin Feng and Duzu discovered that there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall. The skeleton was slender, and it was obviously a woman. Could it be that the woman we saw just now was the imprint left behind by this skeleton? Lin Feng muttered. This was very likely, and Lin Feng even felt that it was highly probable. Too much time had passed, and the woman's body could no longer be preserved. Her flesh had dried up and decayed, and only her skeleton remained. Lin Feng took off her storage ring and carefully sensed it. He discovered that the space within the ring had already been destroyed. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. This woman should have been extremely powerful when she was alive, and she should have had many treasures. However, they were not fated to be with her. Look, her bones are broken. Even her spine is broken. She must have suffered a fatal injury when she was alive. Duzu said after inspecting her body. Lin Feng looked over and discovered that this was indeed the case. He frowned slightly and said, this woman was actually killed by someone. Did she die with the others? Of course, all of this was an unsolved mystery. It was too far away, and no one could answer Lin Feng's questions. Lin Feng was shocked because he discovered that the woman was holding something in her hand. Lin Feng pried, opened the woman's hand, and took out a pendant. She's still holding it in her hand, even when she's dying. It must be very important to her, right? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He carefully examined the pendant. Suddenly, he discovered a small line of words on the pendant. The bright moon and the horizon will not meet. Don't laugh without a bosom friend on the road ahead. The words Lord Grimm were also written at the end. Lord Grimm? Lin Feng frowned slightly, puzzled. Did this pendant belong to someone called Lord Grimm? But why was it in the woman's hand? Could it be that the woman was in love with this cultivator called Lord Grimm? Seeing that the woman was still holding the pendant before she died, Lin Feng felt that things might be as he had guessed. What's written on the pendant? Du Zhu asked. Lin Feng handed the pendant to Du Zhu. The bright moon and the horizon will not meet. Don't laugh without a bosom friend on the road ahead. Du Zhu softly read the 2 lines of words on the pendant. When he saw the name of the pendant, Du Zhu was shocked. Lord Grimm, this is a legendary great emperor. This pendant is a relic of a great emperor. Lin Feng asked in shock. Du Zhu nodded and tried to channel his magic power into the pendant, but to no avail. The pendant didn't seem to be a treasure, as it couldn't absorb magic power. Du Zhu handed the pendant to Lin Feng. Lin Feng studied it for a while, but he couldn't find anything special about it. Since I can't channel my magic power, I wonder if I can use a drop of blood to refine it? Lin Feng asked. He cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the pendant. The drop of blood was absorbed by the pendant. Buzz. Suddenly, the pendant emitted a violent energy fluctuation. This is? Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. Chapter 1483. Divine light intertwined, and the pendant underwent a shocking transformation. Waves of divine light enveloped Lin Feng and Du Zhu. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if he was being pulled into a mysterious world by the pendant. Kill! Deafening battle cries resounded through the skies. Lin Feng looked over and discovered that he had arrived at a planet. A war between planets was taking place here. In the Outerverse, this was a very common occurrence. Wars between planets were often fought over resources. In the Outerverse, there were more small planets with life. Hence, wars between planets would often erupt. The planet that was being besieged clearly could not hold on any longer. A group of elders escorted a dozen or so youths as they fled in different directions. They wanted to preserve the planet's bloodline so that its legacy would not end here. More and more people were caught and killed. In the end, only a few elders managed to escape while protecting a young girl. However, they were also pursued by the enemy. The elders could not hold on any longer and died one after another. Just as the young girl thought that she was definitely going to die, a man appeared and saved her. I no longer have a home. Can I follow you? The young girl asked. The man was silent for a long time before saying, live in anonymity. That way, you can still live well. The man left, but the young girl continued to follow behind him. Why are you following me? The man asked. I want to stay by your side. The young girl said. The man had no choice but to bring the young girl to travel through space. 3 years later. That's my homeland. I've lived here for a long time. The man looked at a planet with life as he spoke. He had returned to his homeland, but his heart was heavy. The young girl could sense the complex emotions in his heart. He was melancholic and sorrowful. The man stood there for a long time in a place filled with blooming cherry blossoms. What are you looking at? The young girl asked. The man replied, I'm looking at my past self. In the distance, there was heavenly music that interweaved in one's ears. Dozens of beautiful maidservants surrounded the man. 9 winged horses pulled a divine chariot over. We should leave, the man said. He seemed unwilling to see certain people. He left with the young girl. Is he back? A beautiful woman walked down from the chariot. You are clearly unhappy. Why did you come back? The girl's mind was very meticulous. She had discovered something. Now, her voice was faint, and her mood had become very bad because of some things that she had speculated in her heart. She had been by the man's side for 3 years and had experienced too many things. She already had some special feelings for him, even if the girl knew that the man only treated her as a little sister. That was because even though 3 years had passed, she was only 16 years old. This is the best age. The first awakening of love. He would worry for his lover, be sad for his lover, and give up everything for his lover. My ancestors and parents were buried in my homeland. This is my roots. The man said. The girl didn't say anything and just listened quietly. If there comes a day when I die, I will turn into a pile of dirt and be buried in my hometown with my parents and ancestors. The man said softly, but now he no longer had any relatives in his homeland. Maybe in the past, he still had a few friends. But now, he didn't even have any friends left. I plan to go to a place where I can't take care of you. Stay here and cultivate well. The man said. He took out a pendant and said, take this token and go to the extreme north to find a granny called Qianji Shui. She will take you to cultivate. The girl understood the man's personality very well. She knew that the man had made his decision, and the place he was going to was definitely more dangerous than he could imagine. Therefore, he couldn't take her there. At this moment, the girl wished that she was a powerful cultivator and could help him. I will cultivate well. The man nodded. Good. I might come back soon. The man rubbed the girl's head and left. Time passed. The girl cultivated with all her might, wanting to become strong as soon as possible so that she could find the man. After so many years on this planet, the girl went to the cherry blossom tree many times. She saw another woman and found out many things about her. That woman was the man's fiancée. Merely, the young woman discovered that the woman was secretly having a tryst with another man. In the past, under the cherry blossom tree, the man's fiancée saw him off. On the day of his return, under the same cherry blossom tree, he saw his former lover and his former best friend playing with each other. He didn't show himself and silently left. Many years later, he returned with the girl. About 100 years later, a major event happened in the starry sky world. Someone successfully proved his Tao and became a great emperor. 10,000 realms came to congratulate him, and the starry sky respected him. A great emperor was enough to illuminate the boundless universe and become the strongest ruler in the world. This great emperor was the pendant's owner, Lord Grimm. He had returned to his homeland. The girl of the past had grown into a slender and elegant woman. Grimm, you're finally back. His fiancée had arrived, and he was very excited. His good friend had also come to congratulate him. It was as if nothing had happened between them. Both the man and woman knew what a great emperor represented. Being on good terms with a great emperor meant a noble status, endless wealth, and a status that countless people looked up to, high and mighty, looking down at the countless starfields in the starry sky world. How have you been all these years? Lord Grimm asked. He seemed to be relieved, but who could understand the pain in his heart? He hadn't returned for so many years, and he still couldn't let go. This betrayal hurt him greatly. However, these two people were the people he trusted the most, and were the closest to him. Grimm, I've always missed you. Under the cherry blossom tree, I've waited for you for many years. His fiancée said in a very calm manner, You're shameless. The girl was called Qing Xian. She had grown up a long time ago, and wasn't as weak as before. Although she had only cultivated for a short time, she was very strong. When she saw that the woman in front of her was still trying to deceive Lord Grimm, Qing Xian was furious. She slapped the woman's face. You dare hit me? Do you think you are? The woman was very angry. Her eyes could kill. Do you think others don't know what you've done? Bitch, Qing Xian cursed. Lord Grimm's good friend and fiancé's expressions changed drastically. They left dejectedly. Lord Grimm didn't stay in his homeland for too long. Perhaps he had already seen through everything and wouldn't blame those two anymore. It was just that they were like strangers now. Lord Grimm entered the starry sky world again. After Lord Grimm left, someone cut off the two people's heads and gave them to Qing Xian, perhaps to curry favor with her. Many people knew that after becoming a great emperor, Lord Grimm had returned to his homeland for Qing Xian. Chapter 1484. Perhaps the most vulnerable thing in this world was the relationship between a man and a woman. Distance, money, temptation, unwillingness to be lonely, and so on would cause a drastic change in a relationship. Therefore, between a man and a woman in this world, there were too many people who betrayed their loved ones and had sex with other men or women. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. This was the beginning of the fall. Seeing the heads of that adulterous couple being sent over, although Qing Xian felt very relieved, she felt even more heartache for Lord Grimm. For so many years, Lord Grimm had been hurt by this adulterous couple. Was it worth it? After Lord Grimm became a great emperor, Qing Xian cultivated even harder. She wanted to become a woman worthy of Lord Grimm. There was a sense of urgency in her heart. She worked hard to cultivate. Finally, one day, Qing Xian cultivated to the realm of a giant god, a female giant god. Her status was high. Qing Xian finally mustered up the courage to look for Lord Grimm. She entered the outer realm and roamed the starry sky. She followed the ancient starry sky path and went to many places that Lord Grimm had been to. She kept asking about Lord Grimm's whereabouts. The wasteland. He went there. Later, Qing Xian finally found out about Lord Grimm's whereabouts. The wasteland was an extremely terrifying place. Rumor had it that it was an abandoned place. There were also rumors that the wasteland was connected to the otherworld, immortal, underworld, chaos, and Xianhuang realms. Even great emperors wouldn't easily set foot in that place, because it was too dangerous. The otherworld, immortal, underworld, chaos, and Xianhuang realms were legendary worlds that surpassed the 3,000 great worlds. Danger lurked everywhere. It was hard to imagine how powerful the creatures inside were. Therefore, the wasteland connected to the four realms. Even great emperors might not be able to come out. Despite knowing the dangers of the wasteland, Qing Xian still went to the wasteland regardless of the danger. She didn't want to hide her feelings anymore. Ever since Lord Grimm rescued her in despair when she was 13 years old, she had liked Lord Grimm. As time passed, this liking turned into love. But Lord Grimm was too outstanding, and Qing Xian felt that she wasn't worthy of Lord Grimm. Therefore, in this life, she cultivated desperately. Now, 1,000,000 years had passed. She finally cultivated to the realm of a female giant god. She didn't want to continue waiting. She wanted to immediately express her feelings to Lord Grimm. The wasteland was very dangerous. This place was filled with endless killing intent. Qing Xian entered the wasteland carefully and arduously surviving in the wasteland. She went to many places to inquire about Lord Grimm's whereabouts. 100 years passed by in a flash. Qing Xian finally found out about Lord Grimm, but this news nearly caused her to collapse. 3 years ago, a war between sovereigns erupted in the wasteland. Lord Grimm was killed by 3 sovereigns from foreign worlds. His corpse fell into the Emperor Burial Abyss in the depths of the wasteland. Rumor had it that more than one martial monarch was buried in the Emperor Burial Abyss. That was a place where everyone's expression changed when they talked about it. No one dared to enter the buried Emperor Abyss. However, Qing Xian did not hesitate. and risked her life to enter the Emperor Burial Abyss. She saw Lord Grimm's corpse in the Emperor Burial Abyss. She laid in front of Lord Grimm's corpse and cried bitterly. In order to catch up to Lord Grimm's footsteps, she had worked hard her entire life, bitterly cultivating. Now, when Qingxian felt that she had the qualifications to stand by Lord Grimm's side, however, Lord Grimm had died. You said that if you died one day, you wanted to turn into a pile of dirt and be buried in your homeland with your parents and ancestors. I'll take you home. Qingxian carried Lord Grimm's corpse out and found the cyan coffin. The ancient ship in the starry sky carried the cyan coffin back to their homeland. Some strong cultivators from foreign worlds had their eyes on Qingxian. They would not let her take the corpse away. A great emperor's corpse is unimaginably valuable. It should be our food. The strong cultivators from foreign worlds said coldly and attacked the ancient evildoer. The cultivators on the ancient ship died one after another. As for Qingxian, she ignited her long lifespan to increase her battle prowess. In the end, she paid the price of being heavily injured and on the verge of death, killing several experts from the foreign worlds. There were also several experts from the foreign worlds that were sealed within the ancient ship. In the end, I can't take you back to your homeland, Qingxian murmured. As she died, tears of sorrow fell from her eyes. A female god had died, just like that. The scene disappeared. Lin Feng was speechless for a long time. He could not calm down. This female god had worked hard all her life to catch up to Lord Grimm's footsteps. In the end, the result was so sad. She had worked hard all her life to see Lord Grimm with excitement. But what she saw was a cold corpse. Great emperors are not invincible, muttered Lin Feng. In the 3,000 great worlds, great emperors were supreme beings who looked down on the heavens. But in a place like the wasteland, there was the immortal world, the netherworld, the primal chaos, Xianhuang world, and the most mysterious experts from foreign worlds. Great emperors could be killed. In this world, it was filled with too many secrets and too many terrifying experts. There really is a great emperor's corpse in the cyan coffin, said Du Zhu. His eyes were darting around. Obviously, he had other thoughts. Du Zhu said sadly, "It's such a touching story. Can you bear to watch them die and not be able to be together?" Lin Feng patted Du Zhu's shoulder and said, "I can't bear to, so let's open the cyan coffin and bury them together. This can be considered as fulfilling the female god's wish." Du Zhu nodded and said, "Young master, you're really a good person. My respect for you is endless." Lin Feng said, "It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Please don't praise me like that. I'll become arrogant." Du Zhu chuckled and said, "So, should we open the coffin now?" Lin Feng had no objections. He walked to the back of the ship with Du Zhu. They were going to open the cyan coffin. The 36 chains emitted a cold and sinister aura. They had been coiling around the cyan coffin since time immemorial. Du Zhu put his palms together and said, "Great Emperor, we're not being disrespectful by opening the coffin now. We just want to bury the female god who loved you so deeply together with you. Please don't blame us." Lin Feng also put his palms together and said, "Great Emperor, the two of you couldn't be together when you were alive, but I hope that you can be together after death. If you have anything you don't need, this junior will take it and temporarily keep it for you." Du Zhu muttered inwardly, "This kid seems even more shameless than me. He's actually saying that he's greedy for the great emperor's treasure in such a pure and noble manner. Even I can't compare to this level of shamelessness." Of course, Du Zhu wouldn't say this out loud. He and Lin Feng jumped onto the cyan coffin. Du Zhu asked, "What should we do now?" Lin Feng said, "I think we need to bring the cyan coffin onto the ancient ship. Otherwise, it won't be easy to open it." Chapter 1485. Duzu nodded and said, "All right, let's do it now. Let's work together to lift this sarcophagus up." After that, Lin Feng and Duzu flew to the bottom of the sarcophagus. The two of them carried the sarcophagus, intending to lift it onto the ancient ship. Powerful magic power surged out, wrapping around the sarcophagus. They used all their strength, but the sarcophagus didn't budge at all. "Holy shit, this cyan coffin is too strange. How heavy is it?" Duzu immediately cried out gloomily. Lin Feng said, "It's a sarcophagus that buried a great emperor after all. It's indeed different." Following that, Lin Feng summoned his 3 poison clones to help lift the sarcophagus. However, they still failed. The sarcophagus still didn't budge. "Strange, this is too strange." Duzu cried out gloomily. Lin Feng decided to wake Bibi up. Perhaps the little guy would have a way. Bibi had been sleeping all this time. Lin Feng guessed that Bibi was about to evolve. This was because every time an exotic beast was about to evolve, they would become more sleepy. Many exotic beasts completed their final metamorphosis while they were asleep. Lin Feng tried to wake the little guy up. "Ya, ya." After Bibi appeared, it opened its sleepy, watery eyes and looked pitifully at Lin Feng. Then it waved its little paws, and 2 50,000-year-old spirit fruits appeared in its paws. The little guy grabbed the spirit fruits and started munching on them, enjoying them very much. "This little guy isn't simple," Duzu muttered when he saw Bibi. However, when he thought about how Lin Feng was a freak, Duzu wasn't surprised by anything that happened around Lin Feng. After Bibi finished eating the spirit fruit, she burped, and her mental state became much more uplifted. Lin Feng rubbed Bibi's head and said, "Little guy, help us get this coffin up." "Ya, ya," Bibi called out a few times. Lin Feng understood what Bibi meant and said to Duzu, "Let's work harder and strive to succeed." Duzu nodded. Then Lin Feng, Duzu, and the 3 poison puppets once again lifted the stone coffin. However, the sarcophagus was too heavy, so he still failed this time. At this time, Bibi waved her little claws and shot out 7-colored energy. The 7-colored energy wrapped around the sarcophagus. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the pressure on his body lessen by a lot. Duzu felt the same way. They tried their best to lift the sarcophagus again. This time, the sarcophagus was finally shaken. An hour later, with Bibi's help, they finally managed to lift the sarcophagus onto the ancient ship with great difficulty. Then, Lin Feng and Duzu were almost paralyzed with exhaustion as they lay on the ancient ship and panted heavily. "This little guy is very extraordinary. The 7-colored light that he shot out seems to contain the power of time and space," Duzu said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, Bibi is still young and is not particularly skilled in using her power. If we wait until Bibi grows up, she will definitely be extremely heaven-defying." Bibi seemed to be hungry again after being busy for a while. She took out a few spirit fruits and began to chew on them. The little guy ate happily. After resting for a while, Lin Feng put away the 3 poison puppets and began to study the chains outside the cyan sarcophagus. In order to open the sarcophagus, one had to first undo the chains wrapped around the sarcophagus. Lin Feng discovered that the chains wrapped around the cyan sarcophagus were very special. There were some extremely strange restrictions placed on them. This kind of restriction actually left him clueless. Strange. What kind of restriction is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Duzu knew that Lin Feng was a disciple of the Celestial Master's lineage. If it was a restriction that even Lin Feng couldn't break, then it must be extremely strange. "You can't open the restriction on the chains?" Duzu asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "If we can't open it, then we can only forcefully split it open." He took out the black dragon sword. Clang, clang, clang. He slashed out 3 times in a row. A series of clanging sounds could be heard, but the chain was not damaged at all. The chains were abnormally sturdy, and it was unknown what material they were made of. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. If the black dragon sword couldn't break the chains, then he would have to break the restrictions on them. This would require a relatively long time to study the restrictions, and he wasn't confident that he could break the restrictions in the end. "Let me give it a try," Du Zhu said. Lin Feng handed the black dragon sword to Du Zhu. Du Zhu swung the sword at the chains. "Hold on." Lin Feng suddenly shouted. Du Zhu looked at Lin Feng in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" Lin Feng said, "I feel like something's not right." Du Zhu asked, "What's not right?" Lin Feng said, "The giant goddess buried the emperor in the cyan coffin, but there's no need to use 36 chains to bind the coffin, right? Moreover, she placed the coffin at the stern of the ship. This ancient ship pulling a coffin is just too strange. Are you suspecting that the giant goddess wasn't the one who tied the 36 chains around the coffin, and that the giant goddess wasn't the one who placed the coffin in the void?" Du Zhu asked. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. That's why there's only one explanation. Someone else did it. Who do you think is the most likely person to do such a thing? A cultivator from another world." Poison Ancestor sucked in a cold breath. "Yeah, yeah." At this moment, Bei cried out loudly. He waved his little claws and pointed towards the cabin, a look of terror in his eyes. Dong, 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 dong. Footsteps could be heard coming from the ancient ship. Following that, a cold aura spread out. "Not good. Let's go," Lin Feng said in a low voice. He carried Bibi and rushed out of the ancient ship. Du Zhu followed closely behind, wanting to leave the ancient ship as well. However, at that moment, an energy barrier enveloped the entire ancient ship. Lin Feng and Du Zhu slammed into the energy barrier and were bounced back. "We're trapped." Du Zhu's expression turned extremely unsightly. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the ancient ship with a grave expression. Black fog churned. Footsteps could be heard coming from afar. Finally, a terrifying creature walked out of the ancient ship. It was a huge creature, about 3 meters tall. Its body resembled a human's, but it had the head of a wolf. It also had 8 spidery claws on its back. A creature from another world. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp when he saw the creature. His face turned extremely pale. Chapter 1486. Lin Feng didn't know where the other world was, but Lin Feng knew how powerful and terrifying it was. The lunar monarch had led the cultivators of the banished world to resist the invasion of the otherworld cultivators. Although they'd defeated the otherworld cultivators, they'd suffered heavy injuries that couldn't be healed with medicine. The great Emperor Lord Grimm had also been killed by the 3 sovereigns of the otherworld. From this, it could be seen how powerful and terrifying the otherworld was. The cultivators of a world that could contend against the 3 realms were naturally extremely powerful. The death of the giant goddess was also due to these otherworld cultivators. Although the giant goddess had used up all of her lifespan to increase her battle prowess, she was still heavily injured by these otherworld cultivators. Before she died, she'd managed to seal these otherworld cultivators with great difficulty. Clearly, these cultivators from the other world had successfully broken free. "Despicable creature, you've disturbed my slumber. I'm going to tear you to shreds." This strange otherworld cultivator's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. Then he walked towards Lin Feng step by step. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered that something was wrong. This otherworld cultivator's footsteps were unsteady, and his body was extremely thin. Apart from his bones, It seemed like he was only left with a layer of skin. Is this because he's hungry? Lin Feng muttered. The other world cultivator was in an extremely weak state. When he walked, Lin Feng wondered if he'd fall to the ground in the next moment. Moreover, this other world cultivator had an extremely strange power on him. It was actually the power of a curse. Was this cultivator from a foreign world cursed? Curse. This was a word that no cultivator would dare to utter when talking about it. Curses were too strange. Once curses were involved, many things couldn't be explained clearly, just like this other world cultivator in front of him. Since he'd broken the seal, he could have left. Why? He didn't leave, and he was so hungry that he was only skin and bones. Even if he didn't leave, he could have eaten. There was no need to starve himself to this extent, right? Could it be that he had a tendency to harm himself? Lin Feng didn't know that this guy had a tendency to harm himself. Lin Feng guessed that this might be related to the curse. Seeing the otherworldly cultivator walking over, Lin Feng sneered and said, "You're already half dead, and yet you dare say that you can rip this young master's body to shreds. The way I see it, there must be something wrong with your head. Not just that, it is seriously wrong. Are all the cultivators from your otherworldly world as arrogant as you? Lowly creature, if I wasn't cursed by the monarch corpse and couldn't leave the ancient ship to enjoy any food, would I have ended up in such a miserable state? You woke me up from my slumber. Do you know how many years I will have to live if I wake up?" The foreign world's being's voice was cold. He took a step forward and arrived before Lin Feng. A palm struck out towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already prepared for this. He used the earth-shrinking technique to dodge the attack of the foreign cultivator and sent Bibi back into the beast pouch. Then, Lin Feng activated the death god armor to protect his body. At the same time, the 9 demons painting, the 3 poisonous puppets, and the regal sword tomb all flew out. In addition to Du Zu's cooperation, Lin Feng unleashed his most ferocious attack on the foreign world's cultivator. Bang, bang, bang. All sorts of powerful attacks blasted towards the foreign world's cultivator. The destructive energy drowned the foreign world's cultivator. The 9 demons painting also suppressed the foreign world's cultivator. The 3 treasured swords slashed towards the foreign world's cultivator. The foreign world's cultivator unleashed his might. The 8 spider-like claws on his back swung about, blocking the attacks of the 3 treasured swords and the 9 demons painting. Then he opened his mouth and inhaled. In an instant, Lin Feng, Du Zu, and the 3 poisonous puppets' attacks were all swallowed by the foreign world's cultivator. Then, the foreign world's cultivator opened his bloody mouth and spat out the attacks that he had swallowed. These attacks blasted towards Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng, the poison ancestor, and the 3 venomous puppets dodged the attack, but they were in a difficult situation. Du Zu could not help but curse. This guy is about to die, but he's still so powerful. Lin Feng nodded with a solemn expression. The foreign world's cultivator had been cursed for so many years, and now he was only skin and bones from hunger. Whether it was his combat strength or vitality, he had already fallen to the lowest point. However, even in such a terrible situation, he still displayed such powerful combat strength. Lin Feng was somewhat helpless. "Lowly creatures, it's useless. You're too weak. Today, only death awaits you." The foreign world's creature's sinister voice sounded. He sent Lin Feng's 3 treasured swords and the 9 demons painting flying. Then, he rushed towards Lin Feng. This guy clearly wanted to get rid of Lin Feng first. Myriad Poison's Devil Monarch. Myriad Poison's Devil Monarch. Suddenly, Du Zu shouted coldly. A terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth surged out from Du Zu's body. A tall figure appeared behind him. That mysterious existence took a step forward and waved his fist towards the foreign world's creature. Instantly, the starry sky began to collapse. "Ha! I'll let you know my power." After using this divine ability, Du Zu, who had condensed into the myriad poisons devil monarch, seemed to be unusually excited. This myriad poisons devil monarch was not an ordinary person. This person had cultivated the Tao of poison to the point of being a master of creation. Du Zu had been able to shake the world back then because he had obtained the myriad poisons devil monarch's inheritance. Now, Du Zu was using this divine ability to summon the myriad poisons devil monarch's indestructible primordial spirit. This was also Du Zu's trump card. At this moment, the 3 poisonous puppets each condensed an emperor technique. The 4-armed sacred demon fist, the 9 slashes of the demon emperor, and the myriad demon reincarnation fist. These were the emperor techniques of the celestial demon clan. The 3 toxic puppets were controlled by Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng had learned this emperor technique, the 3 toxic puppets could naturally use it as well. The 3 emperor techniques blasted towards the foreign world's cultivator at the same time. At the same time, Lin Feng used the burning wrath of the heavens. The 3 types of heavenly fire compressed into a fireball that Lin Feng released. Boom! Then, the fireball exploded when it hit the foreign world's cultivator. Du Zu's myriad poisons devil monarch's attack, and the 3 toxic puppets' emperor techniques bombarded the foreign world's cultivator at almost the same time. With so many powerful divine abilities exploding at the same time, a terrifying destructive force drowned the foreign world's cultivator. "It's done." Lin Feng and Du Zu's eyes lit up slightly. This kind of attack is really too weak. The foreign world's cultivator laughed sinisterly as he walked out of the center of the explosion. His body had only suffered very light injuries. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Du Zu couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They had already used all their trump cards, but they still couldn't hurt the foreign world's cultivator. Wasn't this foreign world's cultivator too terrifying? Chapter 1487. Lin Feng felt that things were getting troublesome. It was hard to imagine that the foreign cultivator, who already had 1 foot in the coffin, still had such terrifying strength. This made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Now, Lin Feng felt the threat of death. This foreign cultivator already had the strength to kill him. Even with Du Zu's help, the 3 poison doppelgangers were no match for the foreign cultivator. The divine realm doppelgangers were now blocked by the light shield and could not enter to participate in this battle. Lin Feng still had the forbidden weapon, the purple lightning hammer, that he could use. However, the foreign cultivator in front of him was too powerful. Even if he used the purple lightning hammer, Lin Feng felt that it was impossible to defeat this foreign cultivator. Facing this foreign cultivator, Lin Feng really could not think of a good way to deal with him. However, at this moment, Lin Feng felt the back of his left arm start to heat up. In the past, in the Thunderblade's secret realm, so many people schemed and plotted against each other in order to obtain the Devil World's treasure, the ancient Devil Ring. Later, by chance, Lin Feng obtained the ancient Devil Ring. However, he found that the ancient Devil Ring was too strange. Therefore, Lin Feng threw away the ancient Devil Ring. However, what Lin Feng did not know was that the ancient Devil Ring he threw away turned into a devil ring pattern that was branded on his arm. Then, the pattern of the ancient Devil Ring also fused into his skin. However, now that the pattern of the ancient Devil Ring had appeared, waves of scorching energy gushed out from the pattern of the ancient Devil Ring. Lin Feng was shocked. He used his divine sense to sense what was on his arm that caused such a strange situation to occur. When he sensed the pattern of the ancient Devil Ring, His face changed slightly. Damn, the ancient devil ring. Lin Feng was shocked. He recognized the ancient devil ring immediately. This ancient devil ring was full of strange things. Back then, he had clearly thrown it away. How did this thing appear on his arm? Boom. At the same time, the foreign cultivator rushed over, a palm striking towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to evade, but he discovered that the foreign cultivators had locked onto him. He had no choice but to quickly condense a Devil Emperor's 9 slashes, sweeping it towards the foreign cultivators. Bang! The two sides fiercely collided. Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an immemorial divine mountain. Lin Feng's body was sent flying, and his arm was broken. Lin Feng hurriedly operated his immortal divine body to heal his injuries. You really are too weak. Killing a lowly creature like you is as easy as crushing an ant. The foreign cultivator's voice was ice cold. He leapt out and quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng. He stretched out his hand towards Lin Feng's chest. This powerful strike landed on Lin Feng's chest. Due to the protection of the Death God armor, this strike did not penetrate Lin Feng's chest. However, the powerful force broke all the bones around Lin Feng's chest. Du Zhu saw that Lin Feng's situation was not good. He quickly rushed over and slapped the foreign cultivator's head. Immediately after, the 3 poisonous puppets also rushed over and attacked the foreign cultivator. Humph! The foreign cultivator was abnormally strong. He swept out his right hand and directly sent Du Zhu and the 3 poisonous clones flying. Then, the foreign cultivator locked onto Lin Feng and charged towards Lin Feng again. This foreign cultivator must have seen that Lin Feng was the biggest threat, so he wanted to kill Lin Feng first. Lin Feng moved in advance and dodged the foreign cultivator's attack. He took a deep breath and activated his immortal divine body again. The broken bones around his chest were repaired. You lowly creature, you have some ability. You can actually take the initiative to repair your injured body quickly. However, what's the use of that? Your fate has already been decided, and that is to die at my hands. The foreign cultivator rushed towards Lin Feng again. We'll stop him. You go and break the restriction. Du Zhu shouted in a deep voice. The foreign cultivator was an existence that was almost impossible to fight against. Therefore, Du Zhu knew that the best way now was to stop the foreign cultivator, while Lin Feng could break the restriction that enveloped the entire ancient ship. However, the restriction that enveloped the ancient ship was very powerful. The restriction transformed into an energy shield that was perfect and flawless. It was not an easy task to break such a restriction. However, no matter how difficult it was, this was the only way to survive. Lin Feng nodded and said, I will try my best to break the restriction as soon as possible. Wishful thinking. The foreign cultivator let out a sinister voice. This voice was mixed with deep disdain. In the next moment, the foreign cultivator took a step forward. A terrifying pressure spread out from the foreign cultivator's body. This pressure was like the might of an emperor. Du Zhu and the 3 poisonous puppets were enveloped by it, unable to break free. Not good, we're dead for sure. Du Zhu cried out in horror. The foreign cultivator once again arrived in front of Lin Feng and slashed down with his palm, directly locking onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not dodge and could only resist the foreign cultivator's attack. Lin Feng could feel how terrifying this attack was. This attack was much stronger than the previous ones. Therefore, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Feng knew that he could not resist, so he used the heaven-mending technique. Whoosh! Lin Feng instantly disappeared without a trace. The foreign cultivator's killing blow was dodged by Lin Feng just like that. Meanwhile, Lin Feng arrived behind the foreign cultivator. His palm spat out saber light. His right hand was like a saber as he slashed out with the heaven-splitting slash, directly slashing towards the foreign cultivator's neck. Lin Feng wanted to directly chop off the foreign cultivator's head. The power of this attack was naturally quite astonishing. However, when this attack struck the foreign cultivator's neck, the foreign cultivator was completely fine. On the other hand, Lin Feng's right hand was broken by a powerful shockwave. The foreign cultivator's body was too hard. It was so hard that it was difficult to injure him. TSK, 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 TSK. Despicable ant, with your little ability, you want to hurt this lord? You're really delusional. The foreign cultivator grabbed towards Lin Feng. At this moment of extreme danger, a black mist suddenly surged out from Lin Feng's body. The black mist directly enveloped the foreign cultivator's body. This is the power of the demon realm. How can you have the power of the demon realm in your body? The foreign cultivator let out a terrified cry. The demon realm was one of the 7 supreme realms of the 3,000 great worlds. Although the foreign cultivators did not dare to underestimate the demon realm was also extremely terrifying. Even the foreign cultivators did not dare to underestimate the demon realm. Now, the power that surged out of the ancient devil ring made the foreign cultivator horrified. He wanted to force the black mist out of his body, but he was shocked to find that he could not do it. Waves of destructive power were corroding the foreign cultivator's body. The foreign cultivator let out a terrified cry. His body quickly withered, and his life force was instantly devoured. The foreign cultivator turned into a pile of bones that scattered on the ground. Chapter 1488. The cultivator from the other side died, just like that. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The poison ancestor was also abnormally shocked. How terrifying were the cultivators from the other side. They were so powerful that it made people despair. But now, they died just like that. It was unbelievable. Lin Feng naturally knew that it was because of the ancient devil ring. This supreme treasure of the devil world was too strange. It even devoured the life force of the cultivator from the other side. What's going on? Duzu looked at Lin Feng in confusion. He still didn't know why the cultivator from the other side died. Lin Feng said, "It's because of a treasure called the ancient devil ring. This treasure is on me, and it's extremely strange. Just now, the ancient devil ring devoured the cultivator's life force and turned him into a pair of bones." The ancient devil ring, one of the 5 great treasures of the devil world. Duzu sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the ancient devil ring to have such a great origin. No wonder it could devour the cultivator's life force. It was actually one of the 5 great treasures of the devil world. Lin Feng didn't know what the 5 great treasures of the devil world were, but now wasn't the time to ask. The most important thing now was to break the restrictions and leave the ancient ship. This ancient ship was too strange. Who knew if there were even more powerful cultivators from the other side? Lin Feng was about to break the ancient ship's restrictions, but at this time, thumping sounds came from the ancient ship again. When he heard that sound, Lin Feng's expression changed. The poison ancestor's expression also turned abnormally ugly. Obviously, another cultivator from the other side came out. Not long after, the second cultivator from the other side came out. This cultivator looked very similar to a human. He was very handsome, and his upper body was naked. There were actually 9 demonic eyes on his body. This was the evil eye clan of the cultivators from the other side. The eyes on his body were abnormally terrifying and strange. It was said that the 9 eyes could see through the 3 realms and 6 paths. This evil-eyed clan cultivator's body was also incomparably thin. However, compared to the foreign cultivator who was killed earlier, this evil-eyed clan cultivator's skin was not as dry. Clearly, this evil-eyed clan cultivator was much more powerful than the foreign cultivator, who had just died. Wu Lihan, that trash actually died at the hands of you lowly creatures. You're a disgrace to our foreign world. The evil-eyed cultivator cursed in a low voice. The foreign cultivator, who had died earlier, was clearly the Wu Lihan he had mentioned. Lin Feng said, "Looks like you're also an otherworldly cultivator cursed by the Emperor Corpse. You didn't stay in the otherworldly world and instead came to the Trichiliocosm. Serves you right for your current fate." The foreign cultivator's brows immediately jumped, his eyes flickering with waves of awe-inspiring light. An ant actually dared to challenge his dignity. Wasn't this courting death? If this was the immortal ancient era, a lowly creature like you wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak to this one. The evil-eyed clan cultivator said coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. An existence from the immortal ancient era? Du Zhu was shocked. The immortal ancient era was far earlier than the archaic era. This was a prosperous era before the archaic era. However, many things about the immortal ancient era had already become secrets buried in the long river of history, unable to be explored. The experts of the immortal ancient era, the major events that happened, and even why the immortal ancient era ended, no one knew. This was because the era was too long ago. Therefore, everything about the immortal ancient era had become a secret. And now, this evil-eyed expert's words revealed the era he lived in. Immortal ancient era, that dazzling great era that had been buried by history. Lin Feng had heard of the immortal ancient era before, but it was only limited to the name. Everything else about the immortal ancient era was unfamiliar to Lin Feng. But now he was actually meeting an expert who had survived from the immortal ancient era. This was truly inconceivable. This is not the immortal ancient era. You should have been buried by time long ago and turned into a pile of bones. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you believe that yours truly will cut off your head and kick it around like a ball? Lin Feng pursed his lips. The evil-eyed clan cultivator's mouth twitched violently. He had never seen such an arrogant human cultivator before. In the immortal ancient era, the human race was weak. Although there were experts, it was difficult for them to bear the great responsibility of reviving the human race. Several great emperors appeared one after another, but none of them were able to revive the human race. Just like Lord Grimm, who was killed by the 3 sovereigns of the foreign world. He wanted to restore the human race to the prosperity of the immortal ancient era, but in the end, he died miserably at the hands of the 3 sovereigns. Therefore, in the immortal ancient era, the status of the human race was very low. The evil-eyed clan cultivator naturally looked down on the human race. And Lin Feng was a human. It was normal for him to look down on Lin Feng. But the key point was that Lin Feng, who was no different from an ant in his eyes, dared to be so arrogant in front of him. This made the evil-eyed clan cultivator feel that his dignity was being challenged. He raised his right hand and grabbed at Lin Feng. A terrifying aura spread out. It was as if the entire world was about to freeze. The evil-eyed clan cultivator was indeed terrifying. He was far from being comparable to Wu Lihan from before. In such a dangerous situation, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly injected his magic power into the ancient devil ring and activated it after receiving Lin Feng's magic power. The ancient devil ring emitted an even stronger energy. The ancient devil ring was clearly very interested in devouring foreign cultivators. Otherwise, the ancient devil ring, which had been dormant for so long, would not have taken the initiative to appear. Lin Feng guessed that the life force of the foreign cultivators might be very special, and it would be extremely beneficial to the ancient devil ring. Right now, The ancient devil ring was emitting a large amount of black fog that surged towards the evil-eyed clan cultivator. Ancient devil ring. It has always been rumored that this demonic item was destroyed. It seems that the rumors are not true. The evil-eyed clan cultivator sneered, and the 9 eyes on his body shot out 9 blood-red rays of light. The 9 blood-red rays of light were extremely strange and extremely powerful. In an instant, they pierced through the black fog emitted by the ancient devil ring, and then pierced towards Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was horrified. This evil-eyed clan cultivator was too powerful. Could it be that the ancient devil ring could not block the attack of this evil-eyed clan cultivator? If it could not block it, then wouldn't he die in the hands of this evil-eyed clan cultivator? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's expression became extremely ugly. Just as the evil-eyed clan cultivator's attack was about to pierce through Lin Feng's body, suddenly, the ancient devil ring rune on Lin Feng's left arm suddenly emitted a shocking fluctuation. Then, the ancient devil ring rune turned into a real ancient devil ring. The ancient devil ring floated in front of Lin Feng. An ancient devil world appeared and directly enveloped the evil-eyed clan cultivator. Chapter 1489. Countless demons appeared in the ancient demonic world. Lin Feng recognized the heavenly demons and the earth demons, but there were also many demons that Lin Feng didn't recognize. For example, there was a type of demon whose entire body was dark green. They had a pair of huge wings and were covered in runes. Another example was the devil race. They actually had 4 legs and 8 heads. When they roared at the sky, mountains and rivers collapsed. These were all abnormally powerful devils. There were simply too many devils in the devil realm before them. There were so many that it was dazzling. Now, the demonic world was suppressing the evil-eyed cultivator. The demonic world was so powerful that it cracked the void as if it was going to end the world. The ancient devil ring is indeed strange. During the Great War of the Heavens, the experts of the demonic world used the 5 treasures of the demonic world to gain some status for the demonic world. Otherwise, how could the demonic world be compared to the 3 realms and the other realms? However, the ancient devil ring is no longer the ancient devil ring of the past. Today, I will destroy this ring and destroy this demonic thing. The evil-eyed cultivator looked indifferent. This person was too powerful, although he was suppressed by the ancient devil ring. He soon broke through the suppression formed by the ancient devil ring. The evil-eyed clan cultivator stepped forward and unleashed a barrage of punches at the ancient demon world created by the ancient demon ring. The demonic world was shaken by the evil-eyed cultivator. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. He took out the 9 demons painting and attacked the evil-eyed cultivator. If the evil-eyed cultivator was allowed to attack, the ancient devil ring wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks. Du Zhu and the 3 godly state clones helped Lin Feng activate the 9 demons painting. The 9 demons painting's powerful power was displayed. Waves of destructive power surged out. The 9 demons painting swept across the void. The surrounding void began to crack. Seeing the 9 demons painting coming, the evil-eyed cultivator didn't dare to be careless. After all, the 9 demons painting was an imperial weapon. The evil-eyed cultivator showed his power and attacked the 9 demons painting with his left hand. His right hand blasted toward the devil world. Fighting 1 against 2, he was able to handle it with ease. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this guy too powerful? Lowly ants, your resistance is useless. Very soon, you'll know how stupid you are. No matter how much you struggle, you can't escape from the hands of a dragon, said Lin Feng. The evil-eyed race cultivators laughed coldly. As far as he was concerned, he had everything under control. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The current situation was indeed very bad. If this continued, it would be a dead end sooner or later. Looking at the battlefield of life and death from afar, even though we know that there is no chance of survival, we have no regrets even if we die for the sake of protecting the future of humanity. Suddenly, a low voice sounded. Holy light intertwined. The Saint Emperor's stone flew out. At this moment, the Saint Royal Stone emitted a powerful wave of energy. The blood of the former Holy Emperor sure ran, and the weapon Saint Han Fizi. This was the ancient Saint Emperor of the human race. His blood dyed the outer space world red. The origin Emperor blood spilled on the meteorite, and in the end, it became the Saint Royal Stone. Back in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, in the Weapon Burial Valley, Lin Feng had narrowly escaped death and almost died. Fortunately, the Saint Royal Stone had shown its power and protected him. However, that great battle had consumed a lot of the Saint Royal Stone. After many years, the Saint Royal Stone could no longer show its power. It seemed to be in a state of silence and recovery. Now, the Saint Royal Stone sensed the aura of the foreign cultivators and awakened again. Whether it was the Saint Royal Stone or the ancient Devil Ring, they seemed to have shown their power because of the foreign cultivators. Then, what happened in the past? Why did the ancient Devil Ring and the Saint Royal Stone show such hostility to the foreign cultivators? Lin Feng didn't know, but he knew that the Saint Royal Stone could help him now. The Saint Royal Stone shot out a ray of holy light towards the evil-eyed race cultivator. Bang! This attack swept across the evil-eyed race cultivator's body and immediately sent him flying. The evil-eyed race cultivator's expression was extremely gloomy because this attack had injured him. The holy light was terrifying, and it actually penetrated the evil-eyed race cultivator's body. The evil-eyed race cultivator's 9 eyes were dripping blood. In that instant, Lin Feng clearly felt that the evil-eyed race cultivator's battle strength seemed to have decreased greatly. Lin Feng's spirit suddenly shook. The evil-eyed race cultivator was not without weaknesses. The 9 eyes on his body were very powerful, and the attacks he shot out were boundless. However, the 9 eyes on his body seemed to be his weakness, and it was an extremely fatal weakness. Lin Feng controlled the 9 devil painting and also attacked the eyes on the evil-eyed race cultivator's body. Bang! This attack landed on the evil-eyed race cultivator's eyes, and the 9 eyes were bleeding from the shock. "I'm so angry!" the evil-eyed race cultivator roared. "If this was the immortal ancient era, I would have destroyed you with a flick of my finger. Don't wallow in the past. Today, we should be the ones to destroy you." Lin Feng sneered and continued to attack the evil-eyed race cultivator's eyes with the 9 devil painting with Du Zu's 3 poison doppelgangers. The Sage King's stone also displayed its might. Holy light intertwined, and rays of holy light swept towards the evil-eyed race cultivator. The devil world formed by the ancient devil ring became more and more real, as if the eternal devil world was about to appear in the world. Its power was boundless. It was so terrifying that it made one's soul tremble. The 3 parties joined forces and attacked the evil-eyed race cultivator together. Although the evil-eyed race cultivator's cultivation level was high, he was in big trouble now. Bam! He was sent flying. His 9 eyes looked like they were about to explode. He had suffered a great deal of damage, and his aura was rapidly weakening. His battle strength was also sharply decreasing. "Ah!" the evil-eyed race cultivator roared, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes flashed with endless killing intent. "You have completely infuriated me." His voice was like ice, and he did not retreat. Instead, he walked step by step towards Lin Feng and the others. "Kill him with all you've got." Lin Feng roared, and his powers surged into the 9 demons, painting. He wanted to seize this rare opportunity to kill the evil-eyed race cultivator. The Sage King Stone and Ancient Devil Ring also released an even stronger attack. But at this moment, the evil-eyed race cultivator roared, "Today, I will let you have a taste of the power of my domineering aura." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged out from the evil-eyed race cultivator's body. This was the legendary domineering aura. It was rare to see someone with domineering aura in all the worlds. Even a great emperor might not be able to do so. The fact that the evil-eyed race cultivator was releasing his domineering aura meant that he must have an extraordinary status in this foreign world. Thump, thump. Lin Feng felt as if all the energy in his body had been sucked away, and he fell to the ground. Du Zhu and the 3 poison clones were no exception. Under the domineering aura, they lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground. The Ancient Devil Ring and Sage King Stone that were floating in the air also fell to the ground. This was domineering aura, and it was terrifying. Chapter 1490. Domineering aura. It was a legendary ability. Domineering aura had countless uses: attack, defense, intimidation, and so on. Domineering aura could be cultivated. However, if one wanted to cultivate domineering aura, it was an extremely difficult task. It was said that one had to cultivate domineering aura after birth. One had to learn 9 forces first. For example, Lin Feng had now learned 3 forces: battle force, heaven punishing battle intent, and white tiger killing intent. Although he had only learned 3 forces, it was already extremely rare among cultivators. The comprehension of forces was extremely difficult. Every time one comprehended an additional force, if one wanted to comprehend a new force, it would be even more difficult. And there was one more point: even if one could really comprehend 9 forces. However, if one wanted to master the 9 forces and turn them into domineering aura, this was also as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, since ancient times, there were too few people who could comprehend domineering aura. It was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Perhaps it was because there were too few people who had domineering aura. As a result, very few cultivators still believed in the existence of domineering aura. Many cultivators thought that it was just a fleeting rumor. Before this, Lin Feng even thought that domineering aura was just a legend. But today, he saw domineering aura. The domineering aura displayed by the evil-eyed race cultivators was acquired domineering aura. But other than acquired domineering aura, there was also a type of domineering aura. That was innate domineering aura. Those who had innate domineering aura were born with domineering aura. However, if there was no opportunity, this kind of domineering aura might not be able to be released in their entire lives, let alone control it. And those who had innate domineering aura were even rarer. It was either the inheritance of the race or the blessing of the heavens. Domineering aura was divided into 9 colors. Transparent, which meant that it could not be seen, but it could be sensed. This was the most basic type of domineering aura. The domineering aura displayed by the evil-eyed race cultivators was transparent. Next was white domineering aura, red domineering aura, orange domineering aura, yellow domineering aura, green domineering aura, blue domineering aura, and the supreme purple domineering aura. Different domineering aura naturally had different power. High-level domineering aura could often restrain low-level domineering aura. Therefore, there was a suppressive relationship between the different domineering auras. Once the supreme purple domineering aura was released, any domineering aura would be suppressed, and it would be difficult to display the might of the domineering aura. Seeing the domineering aura displayed by the evil-eyed race cultivator, he was shocked. Du Zhu was scared out of his wits. "You're actually a domineering person. Duzu cried out in horror. He knew what domineering represented. Since ancient times, there had been countless geniuses, heroes, and emperors. People who could be domineering were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Therefore, he wanted to meet someone with a domineering aura. That was an extremely difficult task. If it was in the immortal ancient era or the archaic era, it would be a dazzling great era. People with domineering auras were even rarer than great emperors. From this, one could see how difficult it was to possess a domineering aura. Duzu was fully aware of how terrifying a cultivator with a domineering aura was. In the face of such an existence, there was simply no way to resist. Despicable ants, do you know the difference between us now? The evil-eyed race cultivator said condescendingly. He walked over step by step, his domineering aura enveloping the world. Lin Feng and Duzu were powerless to resist. Even the sage royal stone and the ancient devil ring had been suppressed. Am I really going to die here? Lin Feng didn't want to give up. There were still too many things he needed to do. In the depths of the starry sky world, he needed to rescue his mother, who was being suppressed by the Nine Heavens God-burying coffin. The Lin family's clansmen had been captured by a sky-covering hand, and their whereabouts were unknown. Lin Feng still needed to find his family. His father had entered the starry sky world, and he wondered how he was doing now. Back then, his uncle had been killed. Where was his enemy? I can't die. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and circulated the sovereign's emperor blood in his body. Wisps of ruler force burst out of his body. At that moment, something shocking happened. The evil-eyed race cultivator's transparent, domineering aura was actually absorbed by Lin Feng's sovereign blood. Then, the portion of transparent, domineering aura that was absorbed surged into the deepest part of Lin Feng's devouring martial soul. There seemed to be a dormant power in the deepest part of the devouring martial soul. Now, the transparent, domineering aura had stimulated that dormant power. Ah! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He crawled back up from the ground. Boom! Then, a purple domineering aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. Innate domineering aura. The supreme purple domineering aura. How can this be? The evil-eyed race cultivator let out a terrified cry. Heavens, the legendary purple domineering aura. He actually has innate domineering aura. Duzu cried out in horror. When the purple domineering aura spread out, the ancient ship was shaken to the point that it cracked, and the restriction that enveloped the ancient ship instantly shattered. The purple domineering aura instantly broke through the evil-eyed race cultivator's transparent domineering aura. Then, the purple domineering aura exploded on the evil-eyed race cultivator's body. I never thought that I would be able to see the legendary purple domineering aura in my life. The evil-eyed race cultivator muttered. Bang! In the next moment, his body could not withstand the purple domineering aura emitted from Lin Feng's body and directly shattered. With a thump, Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He fell to the ground and fainted. 9-demon picture, ancient demon ring, sacred royal stone. The 3 poisonous clones turned into streaks of light and entered Lin Feng's body. Purple domineering aura. Who is it? Who has the purple domineering aura? At that moment, a low voice came from the depths of the ancient ship. An even more powerful being from another world had awakened. Let's go. Duzu crawled up from the ground and carried Lin Feng back to the ancient ship, fleeing into the distance. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura spread out, and 3 cultivators from another world walked out of the ancient ship. Where do you think you're going? One of the cultivators from the foreign worlds opened his hand and tried to grab the supreme ancient starry sky ship. Ah, it's over! Duzu cried out in fright. Buried in the starry sky, forgotten by people, accompanied by the stars of the universe, this is our final destination. At that moment, a mysterious voice rang out from the ancient evil-eyed race. The sarcophagus in which Sovereign Lord Grimm was buried shook slightly. A wave of cursed power swept across the bodies of the three foreign cultivators. The three cultivators seemed to have been drained of all energy, and their bodies collapsed on the deck. Lord Grimm, you were scheming against us even in death. We hate you. The three extraordinarily powerful cultivators from the other worlds roared furiously. Duzu quickly seized the opportunity and changed course, quickly leaving the ancient evil-eyed race. Chapter 1491. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng woke up. You're finally awake, Duzu said excitedly when he saw Lin Feng wake up. Lin Feng sat up from the ground, feeling extremely weak. He only remembered that when he had faced the evil-eyed cultivator, he had communicated with the mysterious power in the depths of his devouring martial spirit. Then, that power broke out of his body. The evil-eyed cultivator's body collapsed, and he fainted. The evil-eyed cultivator is dead? Lin Feng asked. Poison Ancestor nodded and said, That's right, the evil-eyed cultivator is already dead. He was killed by the purple chi you released. I have chi in my body, whispered Lin Feng. He didn't know he had chi in his body before. He didn't know that he had a chi aura until this moment. Is it because I have the bloodline of the Sovereign Emperor clan? Lin Feng frowned as he pondered. He felt that there was a possibility. The purple chi aura was dormant in his devouring martial spirit, which he had inherited from his mother. At that moment, Duzu looked up at the sky and sighed. Some people spend their entire lives trying to condense a chi aura, but in the end, they are powerless. Some people are born with a chi aura, and the heavens and earth are jealous of them. Lin Feng said, This world has always been unfair. The Poison Ancestor nodded and said, In this world where people eat people without spitting out the bones, only by grasping great power can one change one's fate. Speaking of which, is the supreme aura in your body inherited? Lin Feng said, Perhaps. Damn, I never thought that the legendary Sovereign Emperor clan would be so terrifying. They even have a chi aura that can be passed down through their bloodline. Duzu cried out in shock. Lin Feng said, My mother's clan is indeed extraordinary. After a pause, Lin Feng asked, How long have I been unconscious? About 10 days. Duzu said, Are we still in the Death Star Sea? Lin Feng asked. Duzu grinned. We came out a long time ago. I don't know if it's because your purple aura broke through the interference of the Death Star's magnetic field, but after you released your purple aura that day, we rushed out of the Death Star so quickly. Lin Feng let out a long breath and said, The Death Star ocean is too strange, but it's already a blessing that I was able to escape. My body is extremely weak right now, and it seems that I'll need to recover for a while. The purple aura of the Sovereign is too overbearing. You are still unable to control it. If it weren't for the fact that your fleshly body is strong enough, when the purple aura of the Sovereign was unleashed before the evil-eyed cultivator was killed, you might have already died. Duzu said. Lin Feng nodded and said in agreement, That's right, as expected of the Sovereign's aura. If you want to use it, you'll need to be at least at the Void God realm. It'll be difficult. When you reach the Void God realm, you can try to use the purple aura of the Sovereign in your body. I feel that a Void God, or even a Divine Flame realm cultivator, wouldn't be able to control such a powerful aura. If it weren't for the evil-eyed cultivator's transparent aura, the aura hidden in your body wouldn't have been released. Duzu had been a quasi-emperor in the past, so he was very knowledgeable. He shared some of his insights with Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, There's no rush to use the aura of the aura. After all, I have an innate aura of the Sovereign, so I'll be able to control it sooner or later. The ancient ship continued to sail through the starry sky. Lin Feng took 7 days to recover from his weak body. After his body recovered, Lin Feng tried to communicate with the purple aura of the sovereign in his body. However, Lin Feng tried many times and failed. It was just as Du Zhu had said. Lin Feng was still unable to truly control the purple aura of the sovereign. Boom! Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from the distance, followed by the sound of battle cries. In the silent, starry sky, the sound of battle cries could travel very far. There seems to be a big battle, Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded and ordered his clone to continue forward. Not long after, they saw a big battle taking place in the starry sky. 10 huge ancient ships surrounded the other 2 ancient ships. The starstone cannons on the ancient ships kept shooting out shells, bombarding the 2 ancient ships that were surrounded. Each of the 10 ancient starry sky ships had a huge flag with a skull on it. Pirate flag. Lin Feng was surprised. Du Zhu said, "They're space pirates. The starry sky world is just like the sea. There are also bandits. Those 2 ancient ships won't be able to hold on for long. Change course, we'll go around," Lin Feng said. The doppelganger at immortal state immediately changed his course. Lin Feng wasn't a savior. The space pirates were obviously very powerful. He wasn't noble enough to put himself in danger just to save some people he didn't know. After changing course, the ancient ship continued to fly. About 10 days later, Lin Feng's ancient ship bumped into 3 other ancient ships. The 3 ancient ships weren't very big, but they were all guarded by deities. "Brother, are you going to Lanrua Star?" the deities on the first ancient ship asked. Lin Feng said, "We're not going to Lanrua Star. We're going to another planet. If we're not going to Lanrua Star, we'll definitely pass by it. This ancient starry sky path passes by Lanrua Star," the deities on the second ancient ship said. The deities on the third ancient ship said, "Brother, there's a group of cosmic fantasy demons on this ancient starry sky path. We'll pass by their territory. Let's travel together. It'll be safer that way." Cosmic fantasy demons? Lin Feng was surprised. He had heard of such ferocious beasts in the starry sky. They were extremely terrifying and bloodthirsty. Since there were cosmic fantasy demons here, Lin Feng didn't have any objections. He said, "All right, let's travel together. I'm Wang Dongchen. I'm Xue Mingyuan. I'm Sidu Jinglei. Brother, how should I address you?" The 3 godly cultivators introduced themselves and asked about Lin Feng's social status. "I'm Lin Feng." The 4 ancient ships formed a temporary fleet and traveled along the ancient starry sky path. About 5 days later, fog started to appear in the starry sky world. "Everyone, be careful. We're about to reach the territory of the cosmic fantasy demons," Wang Dongchen said solemnly. Chapter 1492. Astral fantasy goblins were very mysterious beasts. Even in ancient books, there were very few records about them. Perhaps because there were too few records, the astral fantasy goblins were even more terrifying. They hid in the starry sky world and sometimes attacked cultivators who came and went. Astral fantasy goblins were cruel and cunning. Therefore, the best way to deal with them was to travel together. If there were enough people, they might be able to scare the astral fantasy goblins away. Fog covered the starry sky world. 4 ancient starships flew in the starry sky world. There were many islands floating in front of them. The islands weren't very big. The bigger ones were a few dozen acres, and the smaller ones were only a few dozen square meters. Numerous islands floated past the ancient starry sky ship. The starry sky world is full of strange places. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh when he saw the islands floating in the sky. At that moment, Xue Mingyuan took out 4 bottles and gave them to Lin Feng, Wang Dongchen, and Sidu Jinglei. "What's this?" asked Lin Feng curiously. Xue Mingyuan said, "This is the oil extracted from the flaming golden-eyed beast's body. If we ignite it now, if any illusory void demons try to sneak into the ancient boat, they will appear when they come into contact with the energy emitted by the oil. They are extremely cunning, so if we see them on the boat, we must kill them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the illusory void demons will take advantage of the situation, and we will be in danger." "Thank you, Brother Shui, for the treasures." Lin Feng, Wang Dongqin, and Situ Jinglei cupped their fists. "Ha ha, you're too courteous." Shui Mingyuan cupped his fists. Back in the cabin, Lin Feng lit up the flaming golden-eyed beast's oil. In an instant, a faint fragrance wafted out and filled the entire cabin. The ancient starship continued sailing. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and studied spells and skills. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Nothing strange had happened during that time. When they passed by an area covered in fog, a gloomy and cold aura poured into the cabin from outside. The gloomy qi was very weak, but Lin Feng's perception was very strong. Therefore, Lin Feng still sensed that cold aura. Duzu also sensed something and opened his eyes. They looked towards the entrance of the cabin. More than a dozen footprints appeared on the ground. Starry Sky Fantasy Demon, Lin Feng, and Duzu looked at each other. This Starry Sky Fantasy Demon was so strange that it could turn invisible. If it wasn't for the special energy released by the burning fat of the flaming golden-eyed beast that caused the Starry Sky Fantasy Demon to appear, Lin Feng and Duzu wouldn't have been able to find their specific location. If that was the case, it would be dangerous. Attack! Lin Feng and Duzu shot forward at the same time, charging towards the astral illusion demons. They did not need to see the complete appearance of the Starry Sky Fantasy Demon. They only needed to see the footprints that kept appearing on the ground to know where the Starry Sky Fantasy Demon was. Screech! The Starry Sky Fantasy Demons issued a sharp and ear-piercing cry. More than a dozen Starry Sky Fantasy Demons turned around and fled outside. Seal. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his right hand and sealed the cabin, trapping more than a dozen Starry Sky Fantasy Demons inside. At that moment, he and Duzu rushed forward, wanting to kill the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons. However, who would have thought that the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons would instantly tear apart Lin Feng's great array and escape without a trace? At the same time, the sharp and ear-piercing cries of the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons could be heard from the other 3 ancient ships. Clearly, the cultivators on the other 3 ancient ships had also discovered the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons hiding in the cabin. They immediately attacked the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons. However, the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons were very cunning. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shui Mingyuan seemed to have a good understanding of the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons. He said in a deep voice, "These Starry Sky Fantasy Demons are the most cunning and fickle. After failing once, they will definitely not give up. Everyone must be alert." Everyone nodded. Now that they were in the territory of the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons, no one dared to slack off. After an unknown amount of time, a moving song could be vaguely heard in the Starry Sky world. On a summer morning, I was carefully pacing around. Outside the planet's ancient castle, I waited for my lover, a Starry Sky traveler. When I talked to him, he looked very sad. I say, "William, once you leave, I'm afraid you will never come back." His hair was naturally curly, his eyes were dark and deep. "Wherever he goes, I will be happy. I will wander with tears and melancholy, only for my happy and brave Starry Sky traveler, until the day he returns. I will tell you the whole story now. My father was a merchant. He now lives in the beautiful Tianluan planet. His wealth was so great that even the castle could not hold it. His daughter was his sore point because she fell in love with a Starry Sky traveler. I don't care about wealth, property, or gold coins. True love is deeply engraved in my heart. I only want that brave, starry sky traveler. Even if he travels millions of miles, he will still be poor when he returns. I still open my gentle arms and affectionately hug my happy starry sky traveler. My starry sky traveler smiles. It is as clear as a beautiful May day. We often stroll on the main road outside the Tianluan planet's ancient castle. There are many young and beautiful girls there, nestled in the arms of their happy and brave starry sky traveler. When this song played, everyone was mesmerized. This was a song written for starry sky travelers, and the cultivators on the ancient ship were all starry sky travelers who knew how lonely they were when they were sailing in the starry sky, who knew how lonely they were when they were sailing in the starry sky. Those starry sky travelers would also miss their loved ones. My arms are open to you, brave starry sky traveler. Please come out of the cabin. This is a beautiful planet. Here, you will receive warmth. There are women who love you here. There is a tenderness that is hard to part with. When the beautiful voice resounded in their minds, many people were infected and walked out of the cabin step by step. Brave starry sky traveler, I am beautiful and passionate. I am the person you love the most. I am waiting for you here. My warm arms, open only for you. The light and beautiful voice sounded again. Lin Feng was also infected by this beautiful song. He was like the other cultivators on the ancient ship. Step by step, he walked out. Yes, he should take a look at what kind of beautiful woman could sing such a beautiful song. Lin Feng walked out of the cabin and looked into the distance. In the depths of the starry sky, there was an island floating. It was a huge starry sky island. And on the island, there were many beautiful women. They were the ones who sang that beautiful song. Chapter 1493. They were so beautiful, and their voices were so pleasant to the ears. They looked in his direction, their beautiful eyes filled with deep affection. I'm willing to give my love. I'm willing to snuggle in your arms. I'm willing to be your woman. I'm willing to love you forever. The beautiful women called out softly, their voices gentle and filled with love. I seem to have found love. I never thought that there would be a day when such a beautiful woman would be willing to be with me. Quick, let's go over, many people said excitedly as they drove their ancient ships towards the island where the beautiful women were. Even Lin Feng gave the same order. He also wanted to see those beautiful women. No man would be able to resist their temptation. For ancient ships sailed towards the island one after another. The first ship to arrive at the island was Situ Jinglei's ancient ship. Many beautiful women walked onto their ancient starry sky ship. The cultivators hugged the beautiful women they liked and started to make love to them. Quick, I can't wait any longer. The cultivators on the other two ancient ships impatiently shouted. They did not want to wait any longer. They wanted to be like the cultivators on Situ Jinglei's ancient ship. They wanted to make love to those beautiful women. They wanted to experience the gentleness of those beautiful women. Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Now his supreme ancient starry sky ship was also flying towards the island. There were already more than a dozen beautiful women waiting to board Lin Feng's ancient ship. They were of different shapes and sizes, each with their own merits, but they were all beautiful. Now, they were posing in all kinds of seductive poses, luring Lin Feng over. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing beautiful women, he couldn't help but feel a little restless at this moment. Du Zhu waved his hand and called out, "Hello, beautiful women. Your figures are great. Beautiful women, do you know how to dance? Later, I'll dance the old man pushing the cart with you. Beautiful women, can you sing a little song? I like to listen to asterisk, 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 asterisk. The ancient ship was approaching the island. Lin Feng could even smell the alluring body fragrance of those beautiful women. If they were a normal man, now, they probably wanted to go to the island to show off their prowess. However, Lin Feng's Dao heart was firm. Although there were waves in his heart, Lin Feng instinctively felt that something was wrong and restrained the desire in his heart. Then, he opened the heavenly demon snake eye. However, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw what was going on with the snake's eyes. The beauties he had seen before were not beauties at all. Instead, they were monsters. Those monsters had bodies that resembled fish. Its head was incomparably huge and ferocious. Sharp fangs protruded from its bloody mouth. Starry Sky Fantasy Demon. These monsters are Starry Sky Fantasy Demons. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He shouted, "Wake up quickly! Those beauties are all astral fantasy demons. Everyone has been pulled into an illusion by them." Lin Feng's shout immediately startled many people awake. The cultivators who were hugging the beauties opened their eyes. Only then did he realize that he wasn't hugging a beauty. It was clearly an extremely ugly Starry Sky Fantasy Demon. Screech. Those Starry Sky Fantasy Demons let out sharp screeches and opened their bloody mouths. Then, they bit off the head of the cultivator in front of them. Even the deity realm Sikong Jinglei didn't escape this calamity. All the cultivators on Sikong Jinglei's ancient Starry Sky ship died tragically, and Lin Feng, Wang Dongchen, and Xueming Yuan's ship had yet to reach the island where the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons were located. They also didn't have any physical contact with the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons, so they managed to escape this calamity. How could they dare to stay? They quickly rushed into the cabin and controlled the ancient Starry Sky ship to fly into the distance. Screech. One by one, the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons jumped up and directly jumped onto the ancient Starry Sky ship. Lin Feng's supreme ancient Starry Sky ship only had him and Du Zhu, so it was easy for them to enter the cabin. But Wang Dongchen and Xueming Yuan's ancient Starry Sky ship had many people, so many people couldn't enter the cabin, and fought with the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons on the deck. There were just too many Starry Sky Fantasy Demons. Many people died tragically and were eaten by the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons. Lin Feng's supreme ancient Starry Sky ship also suffered from the attacks of the Starry Sky Fantasy Demons. But Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the three highly toxic puppets worked together. Du Zhu brought out all kinds of poisons, while Lin Feng and the three highly toxic puppets were responsible for killing the poisoned Starry Sky Fantasy Demons. The deity realm clone controlled the ancient Starry Sky ship and rushed into the distance. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the three highly toxic puppets cooperated very well. A large number of Starry Sky Fantasy Demons were killed, but those Starry Sky Fantasy Demons were also very smart. They found Lin Feng and Du Zhu hiding in the cabin and attacked. Therefore, the densely packed Starry Sky Fantasy Demons began to attack Lin Feng's supreme ancient Starry Sky ship. The restrictions on the supreme ancient Starry Sky ship were easily torn apart by these Starry Sky Fantasy Demons. Then, the supreme ancient Starry Sky ship's hull was damaged. Kacha, Kacha! The supreme ancient Starry Sky ship began to crack, and numerous cracks appeared. The situation was extremely bad. More and more Starry Sky Fantasy Demons gathered outside, and the supreme ancient Starry Sky ship was clearly unable to hold on. Lin Feng shouted, "These Starry Sky Fantasy Demons are too powerful. We need to abandon the ship and leave." He brought out the 4 vicious cauldrons. Then Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the deity realm clone, and the 3 highly toxic puppets all entered the 4 vicious cauldrons. They activated the 4 vicious cauldrons together. The 4 vicious cauldrons were activated and directly slammed into the starry sky fantasy demons outside. Bang, bang, bang. The starry sky fantasy demons surrounding the ancient starry sky ship were all sent flying. Many of the starry sky fantasy demons were directly killed. At the same time, Wang Dongchen and Xue Mingyuan led the cultivators on their ship to abandon the ship and break out. After paying a heavy price, they finally tore an opening and escaped. The starry sky fantasy demons did not intend to let Lin Feng, Wang Dongchen, Xue Mingyuan, and the others leave. A large number of starry sky fantasy demons quickly chased after them. The 3 forces fled in different directions. A large number of starry sky fantasy demons locked onto the 4 vicious cauldrons. These starry sky fantasy demons were abnormally fast, and it was impossible to shake them off. In the distance, there were even more starry sky fantasy demons pouncing over. If they were entangled by these starry sky fantasy demons, only death would await them. They're like ghosts that won't disperse. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He took out 2 divine artifacts and directly detonated them. Although it was a little painful to destroy 2 divine artifacts in order to survive, this was the only way. The power of the divine artifact's self-detonation was too terrifying. The destructive energy swallowed a large number of starry sky fantasy demons, and many of them were killed by the explosion. There were also many starry sky fantasy demons who quickly retreated to avoid this terrifying attack. The divine artifact's self-detonation was able to temporarily block the pursuing starry sky fantasy demons. Lin Feng took advantage of this rare opportunity and activated the 4 vicious cauldrons to quickly escape. After flying for more than 6 hours, he discovered that there were no more starry sky fantasy demons chasing after them. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. They had finally shaken off the starry sky fantasy demons. Chapter 1494. I wonder if Wang Dongchen, Xue Mingyuan, and the others managed to escape. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Du Zhu replied, "These people have been traveling in space for a long time, so they're quite capable." Lin Feng nodded and said, "These astral illusion demons are really powerful. Even you and I were confused by their illusions. How unimaginable." When the poison ancestor thought about those cosmic fantasy demons, he still felt a chill run down his spine. He said, "That's right. There are indeed many terrifying races in this starry sky world, and there are even many races that are stronger than the cosmic fantasy demons." The astral world was vast and boundless. Danger lurked everywhere. Lin Feng was already used to the dangers of the astral world. He wouldn't be surprised if any terrifying creatures appeared in the astral world. Now that they didn't have an ancient ship, they could only use the 4 vicious cauldrons to fly. However, the 4 vicious cauldrons weren't ancient ships, so their speed couldn't compare. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to head to Lanrua Star, which Wang Dongchen and the others had mentioned, to buy an ancient ship. He guessed that Lanrua Star was the central star of the surrounding star fields. It was also a trade center. Starry sky travelers like Wang Dongchen, if they found treasures in the starry sky or hunted down precious starry sky vicious beasts, they would go to a central planet like Lanrua Star to trade. They didn't stop along the way, and the 4 vicious cauldrons quickly followed the ancient path. However, Lin Feng hadn't expected that they would be attacked. When they passed by a planet without any life aura, the densely packed starstone cannons on the planet bombarded the 4 ferocious cauldrons flying above the planet. The 4 ferocious cauldrons were blown away by the explosion of the starstones. Lin Feng and Du Zhu were furious. Although they weren't injured, they were still furious. Anyone would feel depressed if they were attacked for no reason. Lin Feng and Du Zhu flew out of the cauldrons and saw that there were more than 20 ancient ships docked on the star. Fuck, which bastard dares to sneak attack me? The poison ancestor immediately cried out. His life is pretty tough. He actually didn't die. It seems like that cauldron is a powerful treasure. A cultivator stepped forward and looked at Lin Feng and Du Zhu with narrowed eyes. The cultivator appeared quite young. Judging from his appearance, he appeared to be in his 20s. Lin Feng sensed his life aura. He discovered that this person had cultivated for more than 3,000 years. This person's cultivation had also broken through to the god realm. Grandson, tell me your name. I don't take advantage of nameless people. Du Zhu shouted. So, arrogant? There's actually someone who dares to be so arrogant in front of me. How interesting. The cultivator sneered and waved his hand. All of a sudden, more than 20 ancient starships flew into the air. Next, these ancient starships raised their flags. Space pirates, after seeing the flag with a skeleton on it. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Actually, in the Tianwu continent's sea world, many ships would become pirate ships if they hung the pirate flag. They would burn, kill, and plunder, committing all sorts of crimes. However, if they took down the pirate flag, they would transform into merchant ships. Clearly, these ancient starships were very similar to the ones in the Tianwu continent's sea world. If they raised the pirate flag, they would be space pirates. If they lowered the pirate flag, they would be space travelers. Young Master Qian Song looked coldly at Lin Feng and Du Zhu. He said icily, "The two of you kneel in front of me and swear allegiance to me. If you do, I'll spare your puny lives. If you don't know how to appreciate favors, I'll make this starry sky world your burial ground." Lin Feng cursed. "Trash like you dares to make us swear allegiance to you? Do you believe that I can crush you with one hand?" Young Master Chen Song was clearly stunned by Lin Feng's words. Then he flew into a rage. Young Master Chen Song had originally thought that Du Zhu was arrogant enough. However, he hadn't expected Lin Feng to be even more arrogant than Du Zhu. Young Master Chen Song controlled such a huge fleet at such a young age. His background was clearly extraordinary. He had always been a high and mighty figure. Now, he was being looked down upon again and again. That made young Master Chen Song extremely sullen and angry. "Good, very good. Now, you won't even have the chance to become my slaves. I'll take your dog lives. Kill them," shouted young Master Chen Song. He waved his right hand. Instantly, over 20 ancient starship cannons aimed at Lin Feng and Du Zhu. "I just happen to have no ancient starship to travel. Today, I'll steal your fleet," sneered Lin Feng. "You don't know the difference between life and death." Young Master Chen Song sneered. Boom, boom, boom. Countless starstones shot out from the cannons and exploded in the void. The destructive power drowned Lin Feng and Du Zhu. The power of the Starry Sky cannons was extremely terrifying. Another 20 ancient starships' cannons attacked together. Therefore, the destructive power was even greater. Lin Feng and Du Zhu could resist for a short period of time, but if the battle dragged on, they wouldn't be able to resist the attacks of the Starry Sky cannons. Therefore, the Starry Sky cannons could indeed kill Lin Feng and Du Zhu. Lin Feng directly used the heaven patching technique to avoid the attacks of the Starry Sky cannons. Then, he and Du Zhu landed on an ancient starship. Although there were many ancient starships in this fleet, the longest one was only 100 meters long. Lin Feng had seen a pirate group ship, which was 1,000 meters long, but it was much smaller than that ship. Although the pirate group that Lin Feng had seen before only had 10 ancient starships, those ancient starships were extremely powerful. They were all extremely high-grade ancient starships. Moreover, That pirate group had many experts. The ancient starships in front of them could only be considered ordinary ancient starships. There were only 5 God Realm experts, and the strongest one was only at the 9th heaven stage of the Void God Realm. They couldn't possibly be a match for Lin Feng and Du Zhu. Lin Feng guessed that Qian Song was most likely a traveler in the starry sky. His fleet was most likely a merchant fleet. It wasn't a professional pirate group. Just like the merchant ships in the Tianwu continent, Qian Song's fleet was a pirate ship. There were many merchant and pirate fleets in the starry sky. Toxic world, devour! Poison ancestor bellowed and condensed a world of poison. In an instant, all the ancient ships in the starry sky were shrouded in this world of poison. The toxic world was pervasive, and it directly entered over 20 ancient starships. However, not everyone was able to resist the poison like Lin Feng. Very quickly, miserable screams rang out from the ancient starships. Many people were directly poisoned to death. Poison cultivators. Qian Song's expression sank. Follow me and kill them. Young Master Qian Song soared into the sky. Soon after, the other 4 deity realm experts followed closely behind. Ha 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 ha, your opponent is me, laughed Lin Feng. He summoned his God Realm clone and his 3 poison puppets, attacking Qian Song and the others. As for Du Zhu, he continued to release his poison, killing the pirates on the ancient starships. If they allowed these pirates to activate the restrictions on those ancient starships, Lin Feng and Du Zhu would be in trouble. The 2 of them were aware of that, so they split the work. One of them would deal with the pirates on the ancient starships. The other would deal with Qian Song and the other 4 God Realm experts. Lin Feng and Du Zhu cooperated very well. Chapter 1495. The combination of Lin Feng and Du Zhu was naturally the most suitable for Lin Feng to deal with young Master Qian Song and the other 4 godly state experts. This was because Lin Feng had his godly state clone and 3 toxic puppets. His godly state clone was only a step away from igniting the godly fire and becoming a godly fire expert. With a treasure like the great desolate war spear, he could easily crush young Master Qian Song and the other 4. Kid, go to hell. When young Master Qian Song saw Lin Feng charging towards him alone, his face revealed a sinister look. Young Master Qian Song waved his hand, and the other 4 godly state experts spread out to surround Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and covered his body with the death god armor. At the same time, he summoned his godly state clone and 3 toxic puppets. Not good. When they saw the godly state clone and the 3 toxic puppets, young Master Qian Song, and the other 4 godly state experts' faces sank. It was only now that they realized how shocking Lin Feng's hidden trump cards were. The godly state clone wielded the great desolate war spear and charged towards the strongest godly state expert on young Master Qian Song's side. The strongest godly state expert was only at the 9th level of the Nihility God stage, a level lower than the clone. Moreover, more importantly, although the magic weapon in this God state cultivator's hand was a divine weapon, it was only at the void god level. Compared to a divine weapon at the giant god level, like the great desolation war spear, it was far inferior. His cultivation level couldn't be compared to the godly state clone. His magic treasure was crushed by the great desolate war spear. This battle was completely one-sided. Lin Feng's 3 toxic puppets were also entangled with the other 3 godly state experts. Although the 3 toxic puppets were a few levels lower than the other 3 godly state experts, they were still very strong. However, the poison puppet's greatest advantage was that its entire body was filled with poison. As long as one was injured or touched by the toxic puppets, the poison would enter one's body. Therefore, Even though the three godly state experts' cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's toxic puppets, they had too many considerations and couldn't display their true strength. The three of them were being held back by the toxic puppets. As for Lin Feng, he charged towards young Master Qian Song's main body. Young Master Qian Song was at the 5th level of the Nihility God stage. He wielded a sword called Star Moon Sword, a Heavenly God stage divine weapon. It was a divine weapon at the Heavenly God stage. Young Master Qian Song's battle prowess with his sword was shocking, unless young Master Qian Song had also had a Heavenly Emperor's Emperor weapon. Unless young Master with Emperor with him, he had Emperor. Otherwise, Lin Feng would be able to oppress him. Crescent slash! Young Master Qian Song shouted coldly. He wielded his divine sword and unleashed a powerful attack. Young Master Qian Song swung his sword. The sword chi emitted from the divine sword was like a crescent moon. It swept towards young Master Qian Song. Young Master Qian Song wanted to send the 9 demons painting flying and then kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng said disdainfully, "Young Master Qian Song, do you think someone like you is worthy of fighting me? You're overestimating yourself." Lin Feng's words were full of contempt and disdain for young Master Qian Song. This made young Master Qian Song very angry. "Then let's see who will win." Young Master Qian Song roared and unleashed 10 crescent slashes. Clang, clang, clang. The dazzling sword chi, condensed by the crescent moon slash, continuously slashed at the 9 demons diagram, but it was unable to shake the 9 demons diagram. The 9 demons painting shook and dispersed young Master Qian Song's attack. Then, the 9 demons painting continued to sweep towards young Master Qian Song. Soon, it arrived in front of young Master Qian Song. There was a loud bang. The attack directly sent young Master Qian Song flying. Wah! Young Master Qian Song spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. "Too weak. An ant like you dares to provoke me? You really don't know the difference between life and death." Lin Feng continued to control the 9 demons painting to suppress young Master Qian Song. "Young Master, be careful." The godly realm cultivator who was fighting a poisonous puppet saw that young Master Qian Song was in danger, and his expression changed. He forced the godly realm cultivator's clone to retreat and quickly rushed towards young Master Qian Song. He used a divine ability called Trillion Galaxies. This mystique evolved into billions of galaxies that separated them from the 9 devils' portrait. Just as the godly realm cultivator let out a sigh of relief, the 9 demons painting tore through the billions of galaxies and instantly arrived in front of him. The 9 demons painting suppressed him. Bang! The attack landed on the godly realm cultivator's body. In an instant, the godly realm cultivator's body disintegrated, and he died on the spot. Young Master Qian Song's expression changed. He quickly retreated and put some distance between himself and the 9 demons painting. "Run!" young Master Qian Song shouted. Young Master Qian Song could see that they were no match for Lin Feng. If they continued to fight, only death would await them. Young Master Qian Song fled into the distance, while Lin Feng chased after him with the 9 demons painting. Young Master Qian Song roared, "Brat, if you didn't have an imperial weapon, I would definitely be able to kill you." Lin Feng sneered, "Even if I don't use an imperial weapon, dealing with trash like you will be as easy as flipping my hand." Lin Feng used Burning the Heavens Fury and took out a tricolored fireball. Bang! The tricolored fireball exploded, and young Master Qian Song was sent flying. Half of his body was blasted apart and dripping with blood. It was an extremely tragic sight. How can this be? You haven't even broken through to the godly realm. How can you be so powerful? Young Master Qian Song roared in disbelief. Going against immortals and gods is just a matter of flicking my finger to me. Lin Feng sneered and sent a palm strike towards young Master Qian Song. Die, brat! At that moment, the godly realm cultivator, who was fighting against the clone, rushed towards Lin Feng. The illusory demon blade in his hand swept towards Lin Feng. His attack was much stronger than young Master Qian Song's. While Lin Feng was distracted, young Master Qian Song tore through the starry sky and escaped. Humph! You ruined my plan. Lin Feng's face fell. He used the 9 demons painting to attack the godly realm cultivator, who was attacking him. Clang! The illusory demon blade in his hand struck the 9 demons painting, but it was blocked by it. The godly realm cultivator wanted to escape, but it was too late. Lin Feng used his 5 devouring martial spirits. The 5 devouring martial spirits merged into a black hole and surrounded the godly realm cultivator, imprisoning his body. Although it wasn't enough to imprison him completely, it was enough to slow him down. At that moment, the godly realm cultivator's clone rushed over with the great desolate war spear. The godly realm cultivator's face fell, and he waved his illusory demon blade at the godly realm cultivator's clone. His demon blade collided with the godly clone's great desolate war spear, but at that moment, Lin Feng arrived behind the godly cultivator and threw a punch. Boom! Lin Feng's punch crashed onto the godly cultivator of the 9th sky of the Nihility God layer. His physical body exploded, and his soul was destroyed. Chapter 1496. After the 9th firmament void spirit realm cultivator was killed, the fates of the other 2 deity realm cultivators were sealed. Lin Feng, the deity realm clone, and the 3 poisonous puppets worked together to kill the other 2 deity realm cultivators. Apart from young Master Qian Song, who took the opportunity to escape, the other 4 deity realm cultivators were killed. What a pity! Young Master Qian Song managed to escape, but it's not a big deal. He's just a small character. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Not being able to kill young Master Qian Song was indeed a little imperfect. However, Lin Feng was still quite satisfied with the result of killing 4 deity realm cultivators and seizing the fleet. By then, the poison ancestor had already poisoned all the cultivators on the 20-odd ancient void ships to death. Lin Feng and Du Zhu searched the cultivators' storage rings and threw their bodies into space. Ha ha ha! We got so many storage rings and more than 20 ancient ships. We're rich! Not to mention the treasures in the storage rings. Just these ancient ships alone can be sold for a sky-high price. Du Zhu said excitedly. Lin Feng chained the ancient ships together and said with a smile, "Yes, any ancient ship can be sold for a sky-high price. Although these ancient ships aren't high-grade, they can definitely be sold for a shocking price. Let's go to Lanrua Star and sell these ancient ships." The fleet set off in the direction of Lanrua Star. Lin Feng checked the treasures in the more than 3,000 storage rings. Lin Feng found many good things in these storage rings. For example, there was a kind of, or in the depths of the starry sky world, that could be refined into precious starry sky black iron. This kind of starry sky black iron could be used to forge peak Dao artifacts. There were mountains of such ores. There were too many treasures, so Lin Feng only took a cursory look and didn't investigate them in detail. In addition to all kinds of resources, there were also many star stones in the storage rings of these cultivators. Like spirit stones, star stones were divided into many different grades. They were condensed from the power of the stars and the moon. From low grade to high grade, they were low-grade star stones, mid-grade star stones, high-grade star stones, and supreme-grade star stones. Supreme-grade star stones were equivalent to supreme-grade spirit stones. There was another type of star stone above supreme-grade star stones, which was extremely precious. This type of star stone was called divine star stone. This kind of divine-grade star stone was the same as origin crystals. It could increase the cultivation of deity realm cultivators. Moreover, when a cultivator broke through to the deity realm, it would consume a lot of energy. At that time, he would need to devour the energy of divine-grade star stones or origin crystals to achieve a breakthrough. Divine star stones or spirit divine star stones contained pure enough energy. This pure energy was enough to support a cultivator's breakthrough. If it were a top-grade spirit stone or a top-grade star stone, the purity of the energy would not be enough, and it was very likely that the breakthrough would fail. Lin Feng was already preparing to break through to the godly layer. One of his goals was to go to Lanrua Star and sell those boats. Lin Feng's second goal was to buy godly-level star stones. Since Lanrua Star was the central star of the surrounding star fields, it was the trading center of the star fields. He guessed that he should be able to buy divine star stones in such a place. The fleet headed in the direction of Lanrua Star. 7 days later, Lin Feng arrived in front of a gigantic star region. That star field was densely covered with stars. However, all the stars were revolving around a huge star, and that huge star was Lanrua Star. In the star field, ancient starships were flying towards Lanrua Star from all directions. Of course, he could occasionally see some fleets. There were at least 5 or 6 ancient starships, and at most there were hundreds of ancient starships. Lin Feng saw a fleet of 150 ancient starships. The fleet had the words Starfield Alliance written on it. Lin Feng guessed that the Starfield Alliance should be the name of the force that the fleet belonged to. Part of that huge fleet was merchant ships. Another part was ancient warships. This kind of ancient warship was specially built for space battles. These ancient warships were 1,000 meters long, and their auras were heavy and oppressive. They were like giant beasts in space. Duzu said, "Look at that Starfield Alliance fleet. This is a fleet that does real business. They have powerful ancient warships protecting them. Young Master Chen Song is not worth mentioning at all." Lin Feng nodded and said, "It seems that this Starfield Alliance is a top-tier force. With such a huge fleet, I think it's very likely that they're transporting some precious treasure." Lin Feng and the others did not stay in the starry sky world. The fleet quickly headed towards Lanrua Star. There was a plaza on Lanrua Star where the ancient void ships were parked. One ancient void ship after another descended from the sky and stopped. After Lin Feng parked the ancient void ship, 2 cultivators flew over. One of them was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, while the other was slightly younger. He looked like he was in his 30s. Fellow Taoist, the fee for parking the ancient void ship is based on the time and the actual area the ancient void ship occupies. This kind of ancient void ship is about 100 meters long, so you have to pay 2 top-grade starstones for 2 hours. The middle-aged cultivator explained. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Should I pay now or when I leave?" "We'll give you a command medallion. This medallion will record information about your ancient void ship. We'll also help you look after the ancient void ships. When you leave, you can take the medallion to the first floor of the 7-story building and pay the fee," the middle-aged cultivator explained. "No problem." Lin Feng nodded. The middle-aged cultivator then took out a command medallion. More than 20 runes shot out from the medallion. Each ancient void ship had a rune imprinted on it. These runes were connected to the medallion. The runes would record the time the ancient void ship was parked, its size, and other information. The medallion was able to sense this information. Thus, When paying the fee, he could show the medallion, and the other party would be able to easily figure out the total cost. It was very convenient. After Lin Feng accepted the medallion, he left with Du Zhu. They had been sailing in the star world for more than 3 months. They had experienced many dangers along the way and had narrowly escaped death. Lin Feng and Du Zhu were very tired, so they could rest for a few days on Lanrua Star. Lanrua Star was bustling with people. There were many cultivators of the stellar race here. There was a clear difference between the stellar race and other races. The stellar race had a symbol between their eyebrows. For example, some had the symbol of a crescent moon, while others had the symbol of a star. The stellar race were relatively tall. The men were more than 2 meters tall. The women were at least 7 meters tall. Therefore, the women of the stellar race were very tall and slender. Their beautiful legs were especially alluring. Chapter 1497. There were many races in the starry sky world, but the stellar race was definitely one of the biggest races in the starry sky world. The stellar race had a great say in the starry sky world and ruled many star areas. In the starry sky world, the status of the stellar race was similar to that of the human race in the Tianmu continent. It was one of the most powerful races. The stellar race was very special, not only because of their height, but also because of their character. The stellar race was very open, and they were full of beautiful women. The beautiful women of the stellar race were very passionate and bold. So along the way, many of them winked at Lin Feng and tried to seduce him. Some beautiful women even came up to Lin Feng and gave him written notes. Lin Feng looked at the notes. Most of them said that they felt like old friends at first sight and hoped that Lin Feng could go to a place to talk in the evening. Lin Feng was young, handsome, confident, strong, and had an outstanding temperament. Wherever he went, he would become the center of attention. No wonder so many beautiful women of the stellar race tried to seduce Lin Feng. You're in luck with women. It seems that I can push the cart tonight, Du Zhu said with a smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He raised his hand and burned the paper into ashes. He didn't plan to go to the banquet. Lin Feng liked women, but he liked women who could arouse his interest. There were many beautiful women in the world, but few could really arouse Lin Feng's interest. Lin Feng and Du Zhu found a high class in the Bee Garden district. The environment in the Bee Garden was very elegant. Moreover, there was a separate courtyard located at a certain distance from each other. Lin Feng's courtyard was in a purple bamboo forest. The purple bamboo forest here was very beautiful. Moreover, there was also a faint bamboo fragrance in the air. When the wind blew, when the bamboo leaves slapped together, they would produce a pleasant sound of interweaving bamboo leaves. A maidservant led Lin Feng and Du Zhu to their small courtyard. There were about 13 or 14 small courtyards in the purple bamboo forest. This was the most high-end courtyard area in the inn. A courtyard like this would cost 1,000 top-grade starstones a day, and it was not something that just anyone could afford. On the way to their residence, there was a group of more than a dozen guests, all of whom were female practitioners. These female cultivators were wearing long white dresses that outlined their slender figures. They were very charming. They were all surrounding a woman in a palace gauze dress and a veil. Poison Ancestor was the kind of person who liked to see the world in chaos. When he saw that the group of female cultivators had good figures and beautiful faces, he whistled at them. Obviously, he wanted to flirt with those pretty female practitioners. Lin Feng was speechless. He was probably going to anger those female cultivators. Sure enough, as Lin Feng expected, one of the female practitioners turned around and glared at Du Zhu. She said, "Do you want to die?" This female practitioner was about 6 meters tall. She was not very tall. However, this female practitioner's upper body was very voluptuous. Her clothes looked like they were about to burst. Moreover, her face was very beautiful. From her appearance, it could be seen that this female practitioner had an extremely shrewish personality. Duzu said, "Who did you say wanted to die? If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman, I would have slapped you a long time ago." The female practitioner's pretty face was very angry. She waved her right hand, and a treasured sword flew out and floated above her. Swish, light flickered. The treasured sword instantly split into 3. "Do you believe that I will chop you to death now?" The female practitioner said coldly, "Forget it. A good man does not fight with a woman. Moreover, with your little cultivation, you do not have the qualifications to make me attack." Duzu curled his lips. The female practitioner was looked down upon by Duzu and became even angrier. She said, "Who doesn't know how to boast? Let's see if you really have the ability to fight." As soon as she finished speaking, the female practitioner was about to urge her flying sword to slash at Duzu. Said Lin Feng hastily, "Sister, please don't be angry. My friend was rude. If he offended you, I'll apologize on his behalf," said Lin Feng hastily. "Who do you think you are? Hurry up and get out of the way. Otherwise, I will chop you up too." The female practitioner said fiercely. She had a fiery temper. The 3 treasured swords spat out cold light, as if they were going to attack at any time. At that moment, the female practitioner in the palace dress said, "Junior sister Hua Ihan, where it is possible to let people off, one should be lenient. Since the other party has already apologized, let's forget about this matter." The female practitioner in the palace dress obviously had a very high status. The female practitioner called Hua Ihan did not seem to dare to go against her words. Although she was very unwilling, she could only temporarily suppress the anger in her heart. She put away the 3 flying swords and glared fiercely at Lin Feng and Duzu. Then she turned around and left with her fellow disciples. This group of people also lived in the purple bamboo forest, and they were very close to Lin Feng and Duzu's residence. They were only about 300 meters away. Orchid Star is really a colorful world. Look at those girls. Their figures are really good. And their faces are also beautiful. Duzu sighed. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a hooligan." Duzu said speechlessly, "A man's true colors. If any man says he's not a pervert, I'll slap his big mouth right now." In fact, Lin Feng also agreed with Duzu's point of view. A man's true colors. This was very much in line with a man's character. Most likely, every man would want a red flag at home and a red flag outside, right? After a short rest, Lin Feng and Duzu went out together. They planned to have a big meal first, then go to some trading companies and think of a way to sell more than 20 ancient starships. After that, they would see if there was a way to buy God-grade star stones. During the past few months, they had been roaming the starry sky. Lin Feng had been eating spirit fruits to allay his hunger, and his mouth had long become bland. Therefore, Lin Feng and Duzu ordered a table full of delicious food and wine, and started eating and drinking. Many people around them pointed at Lin Feng and Duzu, who were wolfing down the food, and looked at the 2 of them as if they were country bumpkins. Many people were muttering, "Are these 2 guys reincarnated from starvation?" After eating and drinking to their fill, Lin Feng and Duzu paid the bill and then walked out of the restaurant. Just as they reached the door, they saw a group of people rushing over. What surprised Lin Feng was that this group of people was carrying a white jade cold bed. A 3-eyed golden lion was lying on the white jade cold bed. The 3-eyed golden lion was about 2 meters long, and its body exuded a destructive power. Are you too blind? Didn't you see that our young master wants to enter the restaurant? Hurry up and go back to the restaurant. Let our young master go first. Suddenly, a cultivator standing next to the white jade cold bed looked at Lin Feng and Du Zhu, who were about to walk out of the restaurant, and scolded them coldly. Chapter 1498. Upon hearing the one-eyed cultivator's words, Lin Feng and Du Zhu's expressions darkened. They should be thanking the heavens if they didn't bully others. How could they allow others to bully and humiliate them? Du Zhu pursed his lips and sneered. Grandson, do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Can't you see that I'm the one who walked to the door first? If you make way, you should make way for me. Let your two grandfathers go out first before you go in. The one-eyed cultivator was stunned. He hadn't expected the cultivator in front of him to be so arrogant, who in the chaotic star divine realm didn't know how powerful the three-eyed golden lion clan was. The one-eyed cultivator had arrogantly berated Lin Feng and Du Zhu. He wasn't representing himself. He was representing the three-eyed golden lion clan. But now, someone actually dared to offend the three-eyed golden lion clan. Could it be that this guy had never heard of the three-eyed golden lion clan? Good, very good. I haven't seen such an arrogant person in a long time. What's your name? Tell me your name. The three-eyed golden lion, whose eyes were originally closed, opened his eyes. Within his eyes, there was an eerie glow. Du Zhu pursed his lips and said, If you want to know, I won't tell you. Upon hearing Du Zhu's mocking reply, the three-eyed golden lion clan's expression darkened. The three-eyed golden lion's expression darkened even more. At this time, many people saw the conflict. Many cultivators gathered outside and inside the restaurant to watch the show. That's the three-eyed golden lion clan's Little Lion King, right? The Little Lion King cultivated for 1,500 years and broke through to the deity realm. His talent is heaven-defying. Who are those two people? They actually dared to offend the Little Lion King. Aren't they courting death? Yeah, offending the three-eyed golden lion clan on Orchid Star doesn't end well. Many people whispered to each other, looking at Lin Feng and Du Zhu with pity. The three-eyed golden lion clan was an extremely terrifying clan. This star region was called the chaotic star divine realm. There were 5 central stars in the chaotic star divine realm. Orchid Star was one of them. The Leo star was one of them. The ruler of the Leo star was the three-eyed golden lion clan. He could control a central main star. From this, one could see how powerful the three-eyed golden lion clan was. Therefore, in the chaos star divine realm, no one dared to offend the three-eyed golden lion clan. But now, Lin Feng and Du Zhu had offended the three-eyed golden lion clan's Little Lion King. In the eyes of many, this was no different from courting death. Idiots who don't know the difference between life and death break their legs. Little Lion King said coldly, Killing was not allowed on Lanrua planet. Only in the arena of life and death would one be able to kill the opponent. If he killed someone without permission, he would be surrounded by the cultivator legions of Lanrua planet. Therefore, the Little Lion King did not dare to kill people at will. He only ordered people to break the legs of Lin Feng and Du Zhu. After all, this was Lanrua planet, not Leo planet. No matter how extraordinary his identity was, he still had to be careful. Yes, young master. The one-eyed cultivator responded, then waved his hand. Together with more than 20 other cultivators, he gradually surrounded them. End this quickly so that you don't get in my way. Seeing the group of people rushing over, Lin Feng said in a low voice, Yes, young master. The poison ancestor grunted in response and stepped forward. Boom! Du Zhu's body emitted a terrifying divine aura. The divine aura spread out. Bang, bang, bang. the one-eyed cultivator, and the others could not withstand the powerful divine aura emitted from Duzu's body and were sent flying. Wah. Then the one-eyed cultivator and the others were shocked by the divine aura emitted from Duzu's body and vomited blood. They fell to the ground and screamed miserably. Deity state expert. Many people exclaimed. No one expected Duzu to be a deity state expert. Now, many people came to their senses. No wonder this person dared to ignore Little Lion King. It turned out that he was a deity state expert. Suddenly, everyone realized that something was wrong. Everyone looked at him. They all turned to look at the handsome young cultivator. The young cultivator everyone was looking at was naturally Lin Feng. This was because the deity state expert who attacked was obviously obedient to Lin Feng. Could that deity realm expert be that young master's guard? Many people could not help but have this thought in their minds. Then, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. If he had a deity state expert as his guard, who was that young master? Many people were both shocked and puzzled. A deity state expert smiled proudly. In the universe, even in the starry sky world, they were all big shots. They were high and mighty. People looked up to them. The Little Lion King's family was so powerful, but he did not have a deity state expert as his guard. It could be seen how rare a deity state expert was, and how high their status was. However, Lin Feng had a deity state expert as his guard. Lin Feng's identity was worth pondering. You're courting death. Seeing that all his guards were injured, Little Lion King could not help but roar. If you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its master. Little Lion King also felt embarrassed when his subordinates were severely injured. He was extremely angry. Little Lion King leaped up and stood in the void. He brandished his huge claws and slashed towards Poison Ancestor. The moment Little Lion King attacked, his body also emitted a powerful divine power. Little Lion King was like a demon god descending. His huge claws tore through the sky and slammed down. Look at my invincible tortoise divine fist. Duzu roared and moved to the left, dodging Little Lion King's attack. Then, Duzu quickly punched Little Lion King's head and sent him flying. Little Lion King's body suddenly moved hundreds of meters away. Roar! Little Lion King roared angrily. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He was extremely sullen. He was not only sent flying by a punch. Moreover, the name of this punch was simply insulting him as a bastard. Damn, this guy is such a weirdo. Many people couldn't help but mutter when they heard the name of Duzu's punch. Lion's roar. Little Lion King attacked again. He opened his bloody mouth and roared at the sky. The sound waves shook the void. The terrifying power of the sound waves swept towards Duzu. However, it was too easy for Duzu to deal with Little Lion King. Although Little Lion King was a god, he was only at the third sky of the ethereal god realm. Duzu's cultivation was at the peak of the ethereal god realm. Facing Little Lion King's lion roar, Duzu used the invincible tortoise divine fist again to attack Little Lion King. Little Lion King's sound wave attack was directly dispersed. Then, the tyrannical punch hit Little Lion King's body and sent him flying. Little Lion King was beaten until he vomited blood. He was furious. The Poison Ancestor charged forward and stomped down on the Little Lion King. Duzu's right leg quickly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it became as big as a mountain. He was about to step on Little Lion King. Impudent! Suddenly, a cold shout resounded through the sky. A middle-aged cultivator stepped forward. This middle-aged cultivator was also an expert from the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan. However, he was in human form. This expert was extremely terrifying. He attacked Duzu with a palm. Duzu and this person collided, and Duzu was forced to retreat. Little Lion King was slightly shocked when he saw the newcomer. He shouted, "19th uncle, I'll deal with the other guy." Although Little Lion King wanted to cut Duzu into pieces, he knew that he was no match for Duzu. Therefore, he shifted his target to Lin Feng. Little Lion King's cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. He sneered and said, "Boy, that guy was your guard, right? I don't care who you are. This is the chaotic star divine realm. You dare to offend me here. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. I won't kill you later. Instead, I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, Little Lion King's body emitted a terrifying divine aura that pressed towards Lin Feng. He actually wanted to use his own aura to force Lin Feng to kneel on the ground.